Yes?
Yes, huh? Okay, good. We are
Can you
testing.
hear me? Can you hear me?
We are doing testing.
culture. Very good. You were listening. You can see that her laptop is open and she is making sure she takes notes. Well done. And in this also encourages collaboration across legal, educational, and sporting sectors to strengthen safeguarding efforts. Okay, we're going on to the second topic we covered yesterday by Ms. Wang Xiaoying. Ms. Wang Xiaoying, are you still here? There she is. Remember, you can always ask her because they touch on the topic of Turning 3, Singapore Learnings on Safeguarding in Action. Can anyone tell me what does the guiding principle stand for? She mentioned HEAR. You did, right? You remember? Can I come over to you? What does HEAR stand for, which will be good in implementing on safeguarding actions? Remember that?
Remember only one, harmonization.
Okay, that's good, that's good. Okay, what is E? Does anyone know what is E stand for? Say again, who said that? Empowerment, yes. What about A? Accessibility, yes, wonderful. And one more, R. What is it?
Respect.
Respect. Wonderful, guys. Give yourselves a big hand. They were really taking notes, Ron. They were really taking notes. And finally, we got two more, which was a forum that we did yesterday with Professor Dr. Shamala, Dr. Yatela, and Mr. Daujit. And that was on sexual harassment, how to deal with these situations for victims, evidence gathering. There was a lot that we talked about during that forum, but there was one big tagline that I remember. Do any of you have one thing that you remember from that forum? Okay, I'm coming back to you. What's your name, my dear?
Amira,
Amira. What was it?
prevention is better than cure.
Bingo. Yes, that was the one thing I remember the most too. When you get into situations like that, you don't want to, because there really is very hard to find a cure when you're in a legal bind and it's with that kind of situation. So best is we all learn how to avoid and prevent together. Finally, the last one is cyberbullying in safe sport by Madiha Mahmood. So there was a lot that she covered. I will just make it simplified. She was talking about the types, preventative measures, legal framework, and community building. And I think I will never look at the two brands the same again. For those of you who were here, you know which brands I'm talking about. I will not mention them out of respect. Okay, everyone, are you now ready to get started with today's sessions? Okay, so because we're all involved with sports, can I request for everyone to stand up for a second? Wonderful, okay. Everyone up, 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 up. As a community of sports, we also should have a lot of energy. So could I have everyone, we're gonna do 3 big breaths, okay? We're just gonna breathe in, raise your hands all the way up, okay, and then let it out. Okay, let's do this 2 more times. Ready? And 3, 2, 1, bring it up, breathe in, stretch, and let it out. Wonderful. Now, one more time. The last one, everybody says, hi. Okay? All right, ready? 3, 2, 1, breathe in. Big breath and let out. Hi. Wonderful. Okay, are you all warm now? Okay, you may all now take your seats because we are going to start with our first speaker of the day. She's one of our keynote speakers and she is currently awake at 1 a.m. to conduct this presentation. So everyone, it is my honor to introduce the person who is the chair of the research committee at Safe Sport International and a professor of Olympic Studies at Canterbury Christchurch University. She is now the director of the Olympic Studies Research Center for Safe Sports and Human Rights. An expert in sports governance and human rights, she has authored impactful works like Discourses of Olympism. Professor insights are shaping the global conversation on fair and inclusive sports practices. So everyone, she is going to be with us virtually. Please put your hands together for Professor Dikaya Hadzi Efstatui. Good morning, Professor. Do you see us?
I can see you. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. I have practiced a little bit. I can say salam alaikum.
Oh, wonderful.
Selamat pagi, everyone.
Selamat pagi.
Selamat pagi.
Thank you very much, Professor. The stage is now all yours.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I just want to share my screen with my slides. If the technicians can give me the permissions, and then that would be great. Until this happens, I can just also say a few thank yous because it has been quite a big organization from your side, and I'm really, really privileged to be with you here today. Let me see now whether I can share my screen. 1 second. Should work. Okay. Sorry. We have done the practice, but now I don't know why it doesn't work. Okay, it's because it's recording. Mhm. I'm sorry, I don't think I can share my screen for some reason from my side. If you have my slides there, you can show while I'm here. Okay, excellent. So I have got the message that I can start, and you can control the slides, that you can see them from there. So that is great. So I just want to say, first of all, distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it is really a privilege and an honor to stand before you today, even if this is virtual. I'm based in London, in the UK, and it's excellent that you are having your inaugural Salesforce Symposium, which is really a very important pivotal event in the advancement of a safer and more inclusive sporting environment for all. And I would like to begin by expressing my deepest gratitude to the National Sports Council of Malaysia for organizing this important gathering and really leading the way in Asia, being one of the leading nations for advocating well-being and protection of athletes at every level. And I want to say my sincere thanks, especially to, let me say this correctly, to Datuk Shaleen Zulkifli and Ang Lipeng, who are from the organizing committee, who have really, really helped so much for me to be here today and make everything possible. I really believe that our discussions these 2 days will not only raise awareness, but also inspire actionable change. And it's not just only just talking about it, but really leading into tangible outcomes for creating a future where all athletes, young and old, male and female, are empowered to thrive in an environment that protects and nurtures them. I'll go now to the next slide, and I will. This is the outline. Can you all see the outline now? Yes?
Yes, we
You
can,
just,
Professor.
perfect. Lovely. Thank you so much. So I will just talk a little bit first. I will introduce myself, a little bit more about what I'm doing. Then we will move into the evolution of safeguarding in the sports ecosystem. Then we will talk about esports globally, and we will move on into esports in Southeast Asia. Then we will talk about some esport challenges, and the most important point is about what is our call to action. How can we all make it happen and resolve all these challenges? And then we will conclude with some remarks and action points. So if we move on then to my next slide, which is we can move into the slide where I explain my roles. That is the fourth slide in my presentation, where I can tell you I'm based in the UK, as I said. University, you can see it also the logo into my background here, which is Canterbury Christchurch University, based in Kent in the UK. My title at the university is Professor of Applied Olympic Studies. And also, you are really the first audience to say that now we are an official Olympic Studies Research Center for Safe Sport and Human Rights. So we have joined a very prestigious, esteemed network of Olympic Studies Research Centers around the world. And I am now the director of this Olympic Studies Research Center. We are dealing with all sorts of different research in relation to the Olympic studies, but particularly we're focusing on issues of human rights and, of course, safe sport and integrity and ethics. Also, I am the chair of the research committee of the organization that is called Safe Sport International. This is the biggest organization worldwide that deals with issues of safety in sport. We have different groups like the athletes groups, and we listen to the voices of the athletes. There are educational resources and materials that the organization has produced. And actually, just today, we concluded our conference, the virtual conference, which was called Parks and Podiums. And we were talking about the newest developments and action points for the future. Another role that I'm having, another hat I'm wearing is for the Global Esports Federation. I am the vice chair of the Education, Youth and Culture Commission. And we really try to find initiatives, to launch initiatives that are about young people, is a lot about their safety and their well-being. And we also try to accommodate and to have a merge between culture and science, and to have projects that are STEAM projects. We used to talk more about STEM in the past, but now we can see that we are moving into this kind of STEM, which is science together with arts, with humanities, and putting together esports in the equation. And I am the selection committee member of the International Olympic Committee for the Olympic grants. We do offer grants for doctoral students around the world, but also young scholars, young academics, early career researchers, but also advanced Olympic grants for academics who are in a more mature state of their career. And also, I have been working quite a lot of years as a senior advisor of the International Olympic Truth Center, which is based in Olympia, Lausanne, Athens. And I have authored publications for them, specifically targeting young people and children. So we produced one book, storytelling book, that is called Imagine My Stories for Peace. And this was given to different schools and Olympic committees around the world. And also another book that was specifically written in Greek and was with the National Olympic Committee in Greece, National Olympic Academy specifically, and was given to the schools, state primary schools in Greece, and was about safe sport. And included issues of nutrition, issues of emotional well-being, health well-being, all the different layers. Excuse me. So we will move on to the next one. So this is just a sample of some of the books I have written myself. These are all publications I have written. So the first one you can see is Olympism, Olympic Education, Learning Legacies, and is about values and was based on a symposium that I organized in Canterbury during the Olympic Games in 2012, the London 2012 Games. Then the other one you can see with a little girl there on the cover, that is the storytelling book that I have written for the International Olympic Truth Center. It is written in English and in Greek, and is given as a resource for camps for young people around the world. Next one is about sporting events and commodification. So it's an edited book with Professor Andrea Talentino, and we are talking about different challenges of the modern Olympics. The next publication, you can see that the Olympic rings look quite messy and tangled. And this is the Routledge's Handbook of the Olympic and Paralympic Games, and it was in press during just before the Tokyo Olympic Games, but then we heard about the postponement of the games. So you can imagine that the whole publication was written having in mind that the Olympic Games will go ahead. Then COVID came, so we had to change a few chapters just before being fully in press. And the next one is my monograph. This is my biggest part of the work, that is about the changing values of Olympism. It's called Discourses of Olympism, and it's about what are the values, how they've changed over the history, what is new in every era we're living. Even just going back just a few years ago with COVID, we can see how things changed after COVID, and how those values of society are reflected in sport, and how the specific values of sport are reflected in society. It's a dialectical relationship, and I'm addressing into this book that has been co-authored by me as a first author and Professor Ian Henry as a second author. And then the Olympic Idea Nowadays, that was a big publication with many different colleagues, mainly with Olympic Studies Center in Barcelona. And again, we tackle with different ideas and values. And then the other book that you can see there is about is the Greek book I mentioned that was given to the Greek schools. So we will now go to speak a little bit about the map. This is about our, I can see that I'm receiving messages about the esports. Yes, we will definitely, the lecture is focusing on esports, and that is going to be our main focus for the next 40 minutes or so. I just wanted you to have a context in relation to how the work we are doing on esports relates to the broader work that I'm doing. So this is the work that we are doing in Canterbury, and we have colleagues and students who are doing work in Uganda, in Malaysia, Colombia, Mexico, Canada, UK, and US. We can move on to the next one, where we saw how this is about, it's a cross-disciplinary research. So we try to see the different disciplines. So when we're looking at this sport, for example, we don't only look at these sports only specifically just from sociology perspective or only from education perspective. We try to understand the phenomenon of esports or the challenges of esport or issues of safe sport in esports from psychology, from sociology, from pedagogy, from disability studies. So we really look into the phenomenon more holistically. So whenever you need to deal with the problem yourself, try also to look at it from different perspectives. Even if you are not researchers, you working as stakeholders in different organizations. Always try to say how can I see this problem from different angles? It's never just a singular issue. It can have, it's a multifaceted. And it is important to also, I'll move on to the next slide, where you can see that two of our students who are based in Canterbury, they're actually from Malaysia. And one is right there in the room as a co-chair of your organizing committee, Ling Peng Ang, and her project is really leading, is world leading, because it's going to be about the case of Malaysia in safeguarding. And then we also have Nuridayu Ismail, and her project is funded by the Malaysian government. again, a leading project because it's about young women in Southeast Asia. And one of our PhD students is Kirsty Burrows. She is the head of the IOC unit for Safe Sport. And we have a particular interest in Global South. So whatever we're doing is focusing on the Global South. And next slide is some of the projects we are doing right now. One of the most important ones at the moment is about the World Cup. And we do this with the Center for Sport and Human Rights. And it's about a youth inclusive sport. But one that relates directly with eSport is a project that we do right now together with the Global eSport Federation, the British eSport Federation, and UNICEF UK. And this is the biggest topic that I will be discussing today, is about how we can create safeguards for children in esports and what role Malaysia can play in it. Next one now, before I move on specifically to sports, just a few things about safeguarding in the sports ecosystem. So if we go to the next slide where we can see the sports ecosystem. Next one, please. Okay, so we can see that the sports ecosystem is pretty complicated. It has a lot of different stakeholders and different parties involved. So it has the athletes. It has the athletes entourage, which is coaches, managers, family, all members of the athlete care team. We have the different organizations like local clubs, National Olympic Committee, the National Olympic Committee. We have the state, that like the organizer of the event today, different countries, media, general sports spectators, and we have the academic field, the researchers. If we try to see this ecosystem in sports, it's pretty much the same. So we have this ecosystem, which is actually very recently published in the IOC consensus, that is the National Olympic Committee consensus statement about safe sport. Just came out in press just a few weeks ago. And this is what they have come up with, that this is the ecosystem of sport. So we are using exactly the same sports ecosystem for esports. However, as we will see by the end of my lecture today, the sports ecosystem for esports is even more complex because you also have the private sector involved to a very large degree there. So the next one, please. We can see here now, it's very important to understand what is the safe sport. You're talking about the safe sport code, but it's also important to understand how safe sport is evolving, and the definition. In the 2016 IOC consensus statement, the term that was largely used about safe sport, either in esport or anywhere really, it was about non-accidental violence to athletes. However, this term is no longer part of the new IOC consensus statement. The more relevant term that seems to be appropriate is the interpersonal violence. So it's important for all of you there now that you are working on safe sport to understand that it's not about accidental or not accidental violence. Violence is violence. So it's important to move away from the term accidental, either non or without this word prefix, and to move into the interpersonal violence. And when we refer to safeguarding specifically, these are the tangible measures. So it's very important, as part of your symposium there now, is to discuss the safe sport generally and to say, okay, how can we create a safe environment, but then move on also to tangible measures who are in place for all stakeholders involved. Next one, please. We go into these are definitions that are mentioned inside the consensus statement. So what is interpersonal violence? Child abuse and treatment, sexual violence, physical violence, psychological violence, and neglect. So when we started talking about safe sport, many years ago, that was almost like 2006, when was the first IOC consensus statement, 2007 actually, it was more about sexual violence. Then the next consensus statement in 2016 started talking about sexual, physical, psychological, and neglect. And now the new consensus statement really puts the interpersonal violence as a priority, which is actually an overarching term that refers to all these different types of abuse. And just very briefly, as a context, in terms of the next slide is about evolution of safeguarding in sport. Things are moving on. 1948 was the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, recognizes children's rights. Then NSPCC, which is based in the UK, is about our national unit for safety with children, created a unit specifically for sport. And that was really important. That was 1991, the first report. And then this was not only just the UK, that was a global development. It was one of the very first reports we see on safe sport. And then 2016, we see how the IOC implements mandatory safeguarding education. Next slide, please. And if we see the evolution, we can see that there is an introduction of protection policies in the 70s, 80s. Then we move into a global conversation. And now in the 2000, we can see that initiatives, very important ones, like the International Safeguards for Children in Sport, that has specifically 8 safeguards, were in place. Next one. Just a few figures. I'm sure you have already discussed some of the important figures. You have already, that is your second day. But just to emphasize how really the prevalence of abuse in sports is striking. A study from the World Health Organization in 2019 is that 1 in 4 children globally experience abuse in sport. UNICEF survey in 2021 says that 40% of young athletes face bullying, harassment, or abuse. And UNICEF, the same survey says about 20 or 30% of young athletes in the global south have been subjects to some form of harassment or bullying. And then the Esport Executive Commission in 2022 says that over 30% of sports players report online harassment. So the figures are frightening, are striking. And what we do right now, like a symposium, like what we are having these days, is what we need to make sure that we are all actioning measures of safeguarding to tackle these figures. And then if we want to go to the next one to see the prevalence of abuse in sport in Southeast Asia, there is evidence that from Professor Daniel Wright and his colleague Mori in an article in 2019 that they say 25 to 35% of youth athletes in Southeast Asia face some form of abuse in sport, with a high prevalence in less formalized sport systems like street football or martial arts. Asia Foundation in 2019 found that almost 50% of female athletes in Southeast Asia have experienced or witnessed some form of gender-based harassment. This is really high figures, 50%, and not always come forward. There are many times a culture of silence, of fear. So these figures don't always translate into reports. And this is where there is a gap there. And the UNICEF survey said that we said this again, this translates into the Southeast Asia as well, and is really high figures. So now we will move on into the esports, which is the main area of our talk for today. And I feel almost like I also want to learn from you from Malaysia, because esports in Malaysia is really leading and paving the way. I have spoken about esports in many other countries around the world from my role in the Global Esport Federation. But I need to explain almost like what are esports, why are there esports, and they don't have so much of leadership or history in esports. However, in Malaysia, it is a very different story. You are really, as we will see a little bit later, you are leading in the medal leagues, in awareness about the needs of esports. And I think you can also lead, not I think, I'm 100% certain, you can lead the way on safeguarding and safe sport in esports. So if we go to the next one to see the evolution of esports, we can see that it has changed over the years. There were the early beginnings, which was in the 1970s, and it was more like gaming, Space Invaders, Pac-Man. Pac-Man, I know that everybody loved Pac-Man around the world. It was really like early gaming. And then we had the emergence of LAN parties in the 1990s. So things changed, and it really fostered more of a sense of community. So it wasn't just individual players that started having community players. And then later we have the rise of online multiplayer. So the high-speed internet in the 2000 decades and afterwards enabled widespread online multiplayer competition. So these communities now really went into a completely different level. And then later we have professional industry, we have private companies investing money and becoming a really multi-billion pound dollars industry. And then we have the mainstream recognition, which is that everybody could feel like they could play. It became really big. So it's not just about the professional players, but there are players who are in esport competitions. Schools can enter esport competitions. So it has really become a mainstream culture. So if we go to the next slides to see actually how these are translating in terms of the industry, we can see that this is a global multi-billion, as I said, industry, which is the revenue in 2023 was 1.5 billion US dollars. The projected one in 2027 from the figures we have is that it's going to be 3 billion US dollars. And then this, in terms of viewership, 500 million plus number of viewers that are now in 2024 and projecting into 25, 26. So these are really impressive figures. We want to see also another big development. If we go to the next slide to see actually that we have new developments that the esports now have been recognized from the Olympic Committee. It was for many years was almost like a question: is esport sport? Can they classify as sport? And there was a long dialogue between Global Esport Federation, International Esport Federation, and sport organizations like the International Olympic Committee. And things have changed. And last year was a landmark year for the development of esports. So in 2023, IOC officially endorses the Olympic Esports Games for 2025. And it has been announced that actually the first Olympic Esports Games will be held in Saudi Arabia. There is a big investment from Saudi Arabia to the IOC for the next few different versions, not just 2025. I think 3 dates have been secured to be held in Saudi Arabia. We still don't have exact date for for 2025. It was discussed a few different months, but it's going to be announced soon. And then 2027, we can see that there is a projected growth of esports industry of about $3 billion US dollars. So we are talking about big developments, and especially the involvement of the IOC makes the whole industry of esports very different now, because we can see a mainstream sport organization, the biggest player of sport around the world now, including and really looking after esports in terms of issues of safety, especially. So let's go to the next one to see now, specifically in Southeast Asia. What is the esports growth in Southeast Asia? So we can see the geographical distribution in the next slide, which is really impressive. If you can see here, this is from the Newzoo Global Games Market Report that was in October. And we see here that 1.730 million actually is in Asia and Pacific. And this is actually occupies 50%, more than half of the gamers around the world. They are located in Asia. So this is an even bigger reason for Malaysia to take a leadership role in safeguarding. Right now, as we can see, there is not one single safe sport policy or safeguarding measures for esports, one specific one. We are working on it as we speak, together with Global Esport Federation, British Esport Federation, UNICEF UK, and we are in conversations and in a dialogue with the IOC at the moment for these safety measures and policies for esports. So you are really the first, after I would say the UK, because British Esport has been quite a leading organization in this. You are just next now to discuss this kind of leadership. So you can really be part of this big scale of putting together and applying those safety measures in esports. And I will explain to you how you can do it. Next slide, I think it's a video. You can watch the video to see Asia's esport leadership with the Asia Esport League. We can play this now. Thank you.
Malaysia, make some noise. Are you ready?
It's a new day, a new dawn, a new year, and a new day. Esports tournament 2017. Can't wait.
He's on the run, surging away. Burning, trying to catch up to him in time. He's got away from this surge. It's level 2. And Burning has to get going. Abortion! Wind it up and back.
This is why he's a really amazing Shadow League player.
There are 1,000 games under this roof. This is at the moment the gaming capital in the history of Malaysia. Biggest tournament. Ladies and gentlemen, let's do this. Let him hear you, come on!
Leaks back to so now Monitor going up for it. Fire, get up! Oh, it's on! Oh, they've done it! They've absolutely done it!
Thank you. So we see that was a really, really powerful trailer. That was 7 years ago. And Malaysia's leadership is really is paving the way, as I said. So you have Malaysia's esport ecosystem experienced an 18% annual growth rate from 2019 to 2023. Southeast Asia is rapidly growing hub for esports. So within, as I said, if you saw before in the pie where I was showing the geographical distribution, Asia and the Pacific is 52%, but Southeast Asia, within Asia, is actually really leading the way with countries like Malaysia, Thailand, and Singapore. Major esport tournaments like ECLN1, Kuala Lumpur, and the International Dota 2 have been hosted in Malaysia. The region has witnessed a surge in revenue, audience engagement, and you are really featuring everywhere. I can tell you, from a global esport federation perspective, we are very well aware of how much Malaysia has done in relation to esports. And Malaysia's government, through entities like the Ministry of Youth and Sports and Malaysia Digital Economy Corporation, you really actively support and promote the development of sport. And this is not necessarily the case across the globe. So you need to be really proud of the work that is being done in relation to this field in Malaysia. So if we see the next one now is about the governance in Malaysia of esports. So this is dealt with different stakeholders, the Ministry of Youth and Sports, Esports Malaysia, Malaysia Digital Economy Corporation, National Sports Council, and there is the federation, of course, that you have the Esports Federation, which is Esports Malaysia, a very, very active body that works with the two federations. We have the Global Esport Federation, and the International Esports Federation, which can be a little bit confusing in terms of governance. Things are developing and changing in the governance of esport because also of the IOC recognition of esport games. And I can tell you for sure that Esports Malaysia is a very active body with both Global Esport Federation and International Esport Federation. And I know for sure that it's going to have a leadership role in these also Olympic esport games. So if we go to the next one, is about major esports competitions in Malaysia. And there is actually one happening right now. It has only just started, which is Rule the Grounds. And we could see some videos now to see how much Malaysia is doing in the space of esport competitions and tournaments. We can play now video 2 and then next video 3 straight away. Thank you.
Ten minutes before the game starts. Please arrange access in each country ACL studio. Start counting down 10 seconds before connection. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Connection.
Welcome to the players and viewers who have access from each country. This is ACL Virtual Arena. The first event, Street Fighter, starts right away. How can you make such a hot attack?
We go after the opponent.
Players are without making any concessions. Chinese players are continuing their overwhelming attacks right now. The goddess of victory is smiling at the Chinese team. Oh, I think there will be a game soon. At this moment, winner, chicken dinner. Players are winning now. A new esport paradigm so far. The Champions League. ACL Virtual Stadium delivered to you.
Okay, I think we will move on now because I know that you are running a bit late with your program. So all these videos and the slides, I'm more than happy to share with everybody, and you can see them. But I really want to move on to the safeguarding measures that are really important to see how Malaysia can play a leading role into the space of safe sport. So if we move on to the next slide, where we can see Malaysia leading the way, as I said, is you can see that you are featuring at the top of the leagues. In the Commonwealth Esports Championships in 2022, you had 3 gold medals, 3 teams, 3 gold medals. One of the team was women's team. And then also in Riyadh last year in the Global Esports Games, you were again at the top of the league. This is a big responsibility. This means that you have elite esport players, but means also that you have a lot of teams who are inspired from the elite players, who are gamers, who are playing. But this means that can also be exposed into the challenges of the esport. So we will move on to the 3 slides later, please. If we go to address the esport challenges, because I really want to talk about what are the main challenges. So if we go to slide 32, please, we can see that there are challenges and innovations in the 2020s. So it's very important to understand that there are digital safeguarding concerns. Either you have young people who are just gamers, or you have young people who are not this one, please. If we can move on a little bit next. Okay. Next one. Okay, one more here. So we can see that there are mental health impacts. We do have, there is an evolution of esports. There is a spread of esports. And especially in Malaysia, as we saw, there are elite teams and also definitely a lot of young gamers. So there are challenges on mental health, emotional health, but also it's important to understand the concept of intersectionality, which means that it's almost never just a single challenge. So you can have an emotional challenge that is tangled together with issues of gender, issues of sexuality, issues of disability. So you really need to look at all these challenges, always in comparison with a different kind of dimensions. So if we go to the next one, we can see that there is a vulnerability of young players in esports. They start their career really early. They are professional, very young players. There are a lack of safeguarding measures yet in place, and I can say this definitely from a global esport federation, from an international esport federation, from an IOC perspective. This is now building up. That's why the fact that you are having right now a symposium where we can also discuss the esport safeguarding, we can work together to build this safe sport in Malaysia. And then if we see the online harassment, the next one is that there is toxicity and harassment in sports, which is a 2021 survey. Next one, please. By the Anti-Defamation League revealed that 52 of gamers reported being harassed. These are huge figures. So I would like to move on now to the second slide from here now, the gender-based harassment in sport. Women are particularly vulnerable in the space of esports. Many times, women gamers fake their identity behind male names because they have been targeted. 70% of female streamers experience sexual harassment or unwanted advances, and that was survey from tweets in 2020. So when we talk about safety, as I said, is the intersectionality. So we need to look at all those dimensions. And next one, please. The biggest thing now here is that there is a lack of regulation in the esport industry, and that is the biggest difference between esport and sport. There is not a universal regulatory body between the esport and sport. So it's a very big difference between the two. You cannot talk about esport in the same way that you talk about sport. Sport has the IOC, has the federations, has the committees, has the clubs. When we talk about esports industry, we do have there is no single universal regulatory body. And you have a lot of private companies owning the games, and they need to be educated about the challenges. They need to see how this can actually also be detrimental for their industry, put it that way, that parents can feel scared to trust that their children will be gamers. So the regulation is important, and it's happening as we speak. Those developments are happening right now. In the few months, you will have a completely different scene in the esports arena. So now, next one, call to action. And that's the biggest thing I want to talk. I will dedicate like 10 minutes here, and then we can close and talk about, I can receive questions. But that's the biggest part now, is about how can we have steps, guidelines, and an inspiring vision, and what you can do that is tangible from your side, and is not just only theory. So we have the international safeguards for children in sports. These have been in place many years ago, and right now you are the very first actually that to announce that we are adjusting the international safeguards for children in sport into esports. They haven't been announced yet. We are working together with different partners to create also the visuals and everything, and to have an official launch of the safeguards. But for these safeguards, we work together with my university, British Esport, Global Esport, UNICEF UK, and we are in an open dialogue with the IOC to look at these safeguards together. If we go to the next one, please. So this is the key now. It's about adapting safeguards for esports. It's very important to understand that sports and esports, yes, they have common grounds, they have a lot of overlaps, and they have synergies that are actually communicating with each other. But they are also different. The vulnerabilities of young people doing esports are very different from the young people doing sports. There are particularities. The online space is a space that people can fake their ID, that can be more of toxicity. So you need to have a lot of layers, use of the AI for protecting the esports space, to identify the intersectionality I mentioned before, that there are different types of abuse. There are different types of people who are doing esports. There are policies that can actually tackle different, this kind of different challenges. And there should be training for child protection, so safeguarding officers. They haven't been trained about this sport. Even the IOC, the certificate, is not addressing the e-sport almost at all. But now, with the IOC having the Olympic e-sport games, all this is changing, and the IOC will be leading this narrative of safety in esports ecosystem. And we need to establish reporting mechanisms, a remedy mechanism. Even in sport, not in esport, there is a problematic area of reporting a mechanism. And we have in esport lots of ways and lots of resources like the AI, like the digital resources that can be used even in sport for reporting mechanisms. So you have two kind of ecosystems, the sport ecosystem and the esport ecosystem. They can learn from each other. Okay, there are overlaps, but they can learn from each other. They can have leadership in different ways. They have different resources, and they need to change those resources. So if we go to the next one, I'm going to talk very briefly now, one by one, just only reading just what this is about. So these are the actual safeguards. So if we go into the slide where I'll go to slide 44. I'm sorry, establish here. This is slide 41, exactly this one. Yeah, steps to developing a safeguarding policy. So this is safeguard 1. You need to be clear about how you develop a safeguarding policy. We will describe in detail, and we will have training sessions from this international safeguards that we will publish about how you can do this. And how, as I said, Malaysia can be leading the way in really applying those safeguards in the Malaysian space of esports. So define the purpose and scope, risk assessment, involve key stakeholders, clarity and comprehensiveness, and official endorsement. You need partners. You need people to come along with you. If you just do this alone, it doesn't get big. So it has to be big. So this is the first safeguard. Next one, please. It is about, sorry, this one, established procedures. Where are you here? Guidelines for responding to safeguarding concerns. You need to establish procedures, step-by-step guidance, designate responsible staff, provide support, inform, empower children. So the guidelines should be clear and should be for everybody. Next one, please. Adequate advice and support. You need to have contacts, lines, member of staff that are trained. You have such a huge task force who is in this symposium today. So you need to see what can you do for esports from your side. And next one, minimizing risks to children. There are different risks, as I said, to children. So you need to see risk measures, prioritize safety, training. Don't assume everybody knows those risks, especially for esport, and to emphasize the importance of safeguarding. Next safeguard, please, is establishing guidelines of behavior for children. This is about treating others with dignity. This is about how children should behave as well. Expectations for activities away from home. This is not just about when the children are gamers and when they do sport, but this is about behavior, which is a continuum from doing sport, e-sport, home behavior, school behavior, as young citizens, really, as active citizens. and managing children's behavior and enforcing consequences in a way that is child-centered and respects children's rights. Next one, please. This is very important: recruiting, training, and communication strategies. Right people in the right jobs. You have now senior safeguarding officers. You didn't have a few years ago, just last year. So now you have safeguarding officers. This needs to create a network, and specifically for esports, that with a good training about esport challenges and vulnerabilities. And next one, collaborating with partners. This is hugely important. As I said, you cannot do this in vacuum. You cannot do this in isolation. It has to be with partners. People already in the audience, you are representing so many different organizations and you are bringing your own role there. Have a discussion in the break today. How can we work together for esports? And next one, please. This is very briefly. You're not going to see this often. So if you want, take a picture, look at this, because that's key. This is about key stakeholders in the gaming ecosystem. I can tell you that in so many conversations that I am working with the IOC, with Global Esport Federation, British Esport Federation, there is still some kind of, not vagueness, but difficulty to completely map and capture the gaming ecosystem, because it's different than the sports ecosystem. Esport and gaming ecosystem has the gamers, has the game developers, has the game studios and corporations, has the content creators and influencers, has the athletes, has the clubs, the journalists, government and regulatory bodies, and civil society organizations. So when you want to do a safe sport agenda, a policy to move it forward, and you do safeguards, all these different stakeholders need to be educated, need to be informed of all these intersectional vulnerabilities and difficulties and challenges. And I cannot emphasize more how different the esport ecosystem is from the sports ecosystem. So make sure that if you want to work in this esport ecosystem on safety, make sure that you know exactly all this very complex landscape and the private owners who not necessarily know about safeguarding. You talk about safeguarding and say, okay, yeah, it's about well-being and just a couple of things and bullet points, ticking boxes and done, which is not. It's a much more complicated and complex environment. And I will move on to the conclusion, please. So Malaysia leading the way in esports. That is for sure. You are at the top of the league table. You are at the top of organizing competitions. You can be also at the top of esports safeguarding. As I said, we go to the next one. You are the first audience to hear about safeguards in esports. And I think that you can move this forward. You can unpack this. I am at your full disposal to work together on this and to see how you can do things in action. And these points are action points and recommendations from the latest IOC consensus statement. And this applies to eSport absolutely. Safe sport is everybody's responsibility. Safe sport is for all within the sports ecosystem, and even more so for all this complex esports ecosystem. And it's not just for the athletes, it's not just for the coaches, for everybody. You need to encourage awareness, scientific knowledge. We lack scientific knowledge. You have some leading universities in Malaysia. Do a campaign about doing more research with scientific evidence on safe sport and specifically on esports. Encourage athlete-centered actions. Emphasize mutual care and respect. It has to be a duty of care. And go and outreach to unheard voices of global perspectives. It's amazing that you do this. On purpose, I mention it, and in all my notes here is first International Safe Sports Symposium. I didn't want to say International Safe Sports Symposium, but first, because I really hope that this is the first of many to follow. We need symposia like this one in the Global South, and especially in esports in Asia, there should be safeguarding and safe sport in place. And as I said, Malaysia can do that. And very briefly, just recapping, next one. So innovation, take this in mind, and the intersectionality, always be innovative, entrepreneurial, use intersectionality to understand the complexity of safeguarding. Next one, please. Mental health support. there are so many, the evidence we have so far is really negative about what's happening with mental health support. Young people are early career, like they go into career at an early age as gamers. So it's really important to support them. Next one, please, is about establishing safe reporting channels. Next slide. It's so important, and this is something that there is even now a gap into sport. To have safe whistleblowers in sports and safe reporting channels. And next one, please. Gender disparity. Particularly vulnerable are young people, females, people with disability, LGBTQI groups who are into esport games. They fake their identity sometimes, many times, especially women. Things are changing. There are initiatives, but more has to be done. And finally, and foremost, I would say, is education and awareness. The next slide, which is exactly what we're doing right now here. British Sports, they had their very first conference on safeguarding esports. Why not having the next one in Malaysia, specifically about esports? And you can have all the ecosystem that I mentioned now, the complex esport ecosystem, to see how can we tackle all these particular challenges for esport in the space of the esports ecosystem. Thank you so much. Very happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much, Professor Dikaya. And we just want to say a big thank you again, because we know that you are currently in London, and I don't know how many of you know the time in London right now. It is about 1 a.m. Is that about right?
No, it's 2 actually. It's 2:22.
2:20 a.m. Guys, everyone, please give a warm welcome and big thank you, Professor Dikaya. If you have any questions, shall we? Oh, we do have a question. Oh, another question. Okay, Professor, we do have some questions from you from the
Happy
floor.
to answer.
Can I start first?
Yes.
Hi, Prof. Dikaya. Nice to meet you.
Nice
Thank
to
you
meet
for
you.
joining us at 2 o'clock in the morning. Thank you for the very insightful sharing, as well as an eye-opener for me personally on esports itself. And it's so heartening to see the potential that we have in safeguarding within esports, because we are already there in achieving at the global standards globally in the sport itself. Now, we have currently policies and systems in place for safeguarding for safe sports in the country. We have the Safe Sport Code. We have a structure under the ministry as well as under the National Sports Council. What kind of differences do you see? Do we need to make things different for esports itself? Now, in the other sports, we can see that, okay, gender was one of the issues, but we see now, of course, 70% of the victims are mainly children. So focus should be on children, same as esports. But we see more boys coming up as victims in the other sports, but I don't see that in esports. Yeah. So what kind of is that something coming up also in esports? That's my question, number one. Number two is, what kind of differences in the policies and systems that we have in place that we need to have for esports? Because we did it up all without esports in mind, and I understand it's very, very different. So if there's three main differences, what would it be? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much for the excellent questions. Thank you. First of all, I would say that the evidence in esports is mirroring what's happening in sports. Quite similar. There are a lot of similarities. However, I need to emphasize that there is a gap in research for the prevalence in esports. We don't have yet enough, it's picking up in the last few years, but we need even more studies and surveys that are happening from academic and rigorous scientific teams, and not just general surveys of organization, or if it is general, but to actually employ academics who can really solidify this evidence. So yes, the evidence that you mentioned about boys, they are mirroring what we have so far, but we need more scientific evidence. So I'm really calling everybody in Malaysia, especially the universities, to really engage with evidence, find research, to do research and find evidence in sport and in e-sport. Now, in terms of policies and systems, this is exactly these safeguards that I went through really quickly today because they are not announced yet. So I cannot go into much detail because they have not been launched, let's say. But I wanted to give you to have the privilege of seeing that this is happening, and how this is different from the sport is going to be as part of this toolkit of the safeguards. So if we want to say, let's say, 3 that you mentioned, I would say that definitely is how the abuse and harassment is happening in sport is different. It's happening more on the online space. So there are different kind of layers of abuse and harassment. And the mental health issues can be very different. The overworking, the overtraining are different. It's more in front of a screen rather than from overtraining in sport physically. So it's a different type of overtraining. And in terms of parental also guidance, quite different in terms of parental guidance for sport than esports, in terms of how they can use their smartphones, how they can, when they should be allowed to use smartphones, what kind of careers they can have from games and esports, and not to be scared of it, but actually to be well equipped that they can allow children to play games, but within a safe environment, not to be scared of it, to encourage it, but within a safe space that can be empowering, encouraging, inspirational, and rather than a scared and dark space. So there are many. So these 3 I could say, but I would say that all these 8 safeguards, which are in the mainstream sports, they will be tackled, each one specifically for esports with actionable points. And because I work very closely with Lee Pen-Kang, who is there today, I'm sure you will be the very first, very first, who is doing a fantastic job. You need to be, I'm extremely proud of Kelly, and you are extremely fortunate to have Kelly at your disposal. And I can tell you 100% that through Kelly, you will be the very first to know that those safeguards are in place and what you can do about it. How you already, as you said, you have the Safe Sport Code, you have it. How can you put them in practice? So you will be the very first to know this.
Thank you so much, Dr. Yatela, for that question. And also, Professor, we still have a few more questions. Yes, from Melissa. And then after that, one more from Dr. Charlene herself.
A very good morning to you, Melissa here. I'm the Safe Sports Consultant.
We met Melissa in London last year, yes?
Yes. Thank you, Professor, for your presentation. I'm very drawn to your points regarding the action, especially looking at the intersectionality. So my question is regarding when you have, for example, inaction during the esports games, and if the violence is happening in the chat function. So the reason I ask is, as we speak, Malaysia now has an online safety bill being debated in our Senate, in our legislature. So the question is, if you could share any sort of example of these cases where the chat function is where the violence happens, and successful handling by the sports bodies or organizations, even the criminal authorities. So that's question number 1. Question number 2, I also like your points regarding child protection policies. We have one drafted, but how has this been implemented, taking into account the popularity of esports with under 18 age group? So thank you for your response to these 2 questions.
Thank you so much, Mr. Thank you. And I can see that your questions are very targeted and very specific, which shows how much is being done in Malaysia in relation to safeguarding. there is awareness of the challenges. So in terms of intersectionality in the chat, as you said, is definitely some of the most. I can see Kelly now on the screen. Hello, hello. In terms of the intersectionality, you mentioned something really, really important. A lot of the violence does happen in the chat, and as you said, it is embedded now. There are tools that are embedding this. What the Global Esport Federation is trying to do to achieve is that there are filters, and these are the use of AI as well, to really predict even users that are frequently are aggressors in the chat to be penalized. So in order to do this, you need to have the private companies on board, that they integrate this, because if they are not integrating it, nothing can be done. And there are different games, there are different chats. It's a complicated. That's why I mentioned that it's a complex ecosystem, because those AI tools are not really universally implemented. So they have to be agreed with the private owners of the games that they will be in place. So how this, you asked me for a specific, for how this is being handled. From the cases I am aware, I have to admit that I'm not, I haven't seen specific cases of how this is handled. From the discussions that we have as part of the commission, is that we are having zero tolerance into users who have been predicted to project this kind of violence in the chat. So they are not being allowed to play. So they are penalized, and there are these kind of sanctions. Now, if it happens during the chat, in some of the games, they will not be allowed to keep chatting. There are moderators who are looking at the chat as it happens, and then they are just being warned not to use this language anymore. However, we move into, as I said, into a new era of safeguarding in esports. And because there is a bigger conversation now with the IOC, how we can make sure that those chats are safer spaces. There are discussions how they can be filtered, whether they have to be always moderated by specific, educated safeguarding officers who will be part of the chat. Right now, those layers are not there yet. So there are these kind of discussions, how we can make sure that there are always moderators or looking at all those simultaneous, violence that happens during the game. And then you also asked about the child protection and how this is. I forgot a little bit sort of the question about child protection in sports. Melissa, sorry, can you repeat the second part of your question if you don't mind?
Sorry, quickly, child protection policy and how it has been implemented put into action in esports.
Okay. Yes. I can say that from the Global Esport Federation perspective, we have put this guidance, we have put this policy, which is a matter of, as I said, being communicated, this policy with the owners, with the private companies. At the moment, the biggest problem and the biggest challenge is the lack of a universal regulation body to say, okay, this is the child protection policy. How is it implemented in your game, in your game, in your game? And this is not there. This universal regulating body that ensures the application and successful and effective implementation of the policy is not there as we speak. So you have the Global Esport Federation, you have the National Esport Federation, you have now the IOC, and what is happening are conversations with all of them to make sure that there is clarity in governance, clarity in regulation, and that the child protection policies are being implemented in the space consistently and coherently. So yes, this is a big gap right now. Thank you. Thank you, Melissa.
Thank you, Melissa, and thank you, Professor. We have one more from Datuk Shalin.
Testing. Hello. Okay. Thanks, Lenora. Hi, good morning, Dr. Dikaya. I actually have two short questions. The first question is, you mentioned about safeguarding in esports. I just want to know whether, as of right now, do we have any certified safeguarding officers specifically for esports? That's the first question. Second question is, I'm sure there's most of us here are parents, and as you mentioned, Malaysia's leading in esports and things like that. And as a parent, from your research and your knowledge, expertise in esports, what is the amount of hours that is considered acceptable and dangerous for kids to be playing games, e-games, yeah. Because we have a lot of, I'm sure most Malaysians, our kids and our spouse or ourselves plays on the phone. I can hear a lot of people agreeing with me here. So what is the dangerous level where it becomes too addictive? I'm sure because we have to, I mean, most of us go to play games because we want to, as a form of healing, relaxation, just taking our minds off the daily grinds of work. But what amount of hours is considered dangerous to that it borderlines into being addictive and dangerous for our health? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Melissa. Thank you. To answer the first question is that in terms of safeguarding in sports, there are no certified safeguarding officers specifically in sports yet. However, the British Sport Federation is working on putting together a big source of material resources, and they will be covering that space very soon. And that is happening, as I said, in the UK with the British Sport Federation, but we'll also have most likely a global scale. And in terms of your questions, but also just to say about this, about safeguarding in sports, I will share with Kelly, who can share with all of you, the resources of the British Sport Federation that everybody can have there. It cost them quite a lot of money, was invested into putting this together. They are in different languages, and they are accessible. They are just free to use, and they are amazing. So you can share them with your organizations, and you can see them. And they are not only specifically to the British context. They can be appropriated to any context, really. Now, in the question about the amount of hours, we need to take right now it's happening in the UK, for example, a big movement in terms of banning smartphones in schools and teenagers not to have a smartphone at least till the age of 12. And it's a big campaign right now that is happening. Also, a big documentary, Channel 4 documentary, which is talking about, there was a case study. They used a school where they banned mobile phone, smartphone, I think for 3 weeks, to see how the teenagers are reacting. And it's fascinating to watch. I think maybe you can watch it even in Malaysia. It's taking place right now, the documentary, and is about, I can share exactly the link how you can watch it. And this reveals that we cannot say for certainty that there is a specific amount of hours for safety. It's about the quality of what are you. It's not just about the amount of hours, it's about the content. There is educational content, there is content that can be violent, which if children are exposed to it even for half an hour, if they are in a young age, it can be damaging for them. So it's not that simple to say, okay, just 1 hour a day for 13-year-old. It's a much more complex one. So the current guidelines, I would say, they are working alongside the developing evidence to formulate this kind of recommendations and guidelines. But especially, as I said, in the UK, the recommendation is no smartphones given to young people until they are at least 12 years old. And then regulated time of playing on the phones for just an hour a week or something like that. So they are really talking about drastic changes from what we think is healthy right now. So we need to keep our eyes open, to keep having more evidence, and to think that the content is important. So it's not about how long they are using the smartphones, but what are they playing with, the age, the parental guidance, the vulnerability of those children. Not all children are the same. I have a daughter who is almost 7 years old, and she's very heavily affected from anything that has even a minor sign of violence. So I have, as a parent, I have seen this, and I'm very, very careful of how and what to watch on my phone when I give it to her for a few minutes on a Sunday. So we need to be careful, like different children, different types of children, different vulnerabilities, different ages, different content. So it's not one size fits all. So it's not just one answer, what is a healthy time. There are recommendations in different health groups, and but as I said, we are changing this at the moment, especially in terms in relation to sport and gaming.
Thank you so much, Professor. That was very insightful and also thought-provoking for all of us, as it is becoming a relevant topic on how we can actually safeguard children, especially with, even for ourselves, that we are using the phones and using screen and on the screen a whole lot more. Let's see, do we have time for one more question? If not, then we can allow Professor to go to bed. We have one more. Yes, I'll pass you my mic.
Thank you so much, Professor, for the very insightful lectures that you're giving. I'm actually from University Malaya. I'm actually conducting a study on an esports player. What I actually found out in Malaysian esports player is there is actually a huge number of them that actually have some sort of stress and anxiety, but it doesn't involve into a totally mental disorder. And then another very prominent finding is I hope you can actually put inside your policy as a safeguarding officers, is actually the physical inactivities. Okay, yeah. So what we see the video is all these are nice and tall and handsome models, but in reality they are very bad in taking diet. They are not taking proper nutrition. They have very poor sleep because of the training hours, and sometimes they have to sleep in the mornings because the competition at night. And
Exactly.
some of them, they even involved in drugs like amphetamine to keep them alert. So all this is not being reported, and it's just being hidden. So
Yes,
this is the things
I
that
couldn't agree. Yeah.
yeah.
I couldn't agree more. And that's why it's very important what I emphasized earlier in the question about what is the difference between the policies that are needed for mainstream sport and esports. And I mentioned about the physical aspect. It's a very different. There is inactivity. There is no physical. I mean, there are some of these sports that they are requiring some kind of physical activity as well. Some of the types of sports, not many though. The biggest the part of the games that are popular are the ones that are really static, and this is something that is really dangerous. And as you said, you mentioned exactly this: not many breaks, long hours, drugs to keep them going. And we need more evidence because all these are not reported, as you said. That's why the British Sport Federation is leading the way in making sure that we have reports. We are working as we speak now in terms of putting together a proposal for research where we can see this to talk with the gamers and to say what is their well-being. And we would love to have the evidence from you as well, and to see the work that you're doing, and how we can exchange this kind of knowledge. But what you said is exactly spot on. These are huge issues, and although they appear healthy role models, there are a lot of risks that we need to make sure that are mitigated and are addressed with regular breaks, with healthy nutrition, and in the safeguards for esports, this will be there as well.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Excellent point.
Thank you so much. I'm going to check again. Do we have, that's it? Okay. Professor, oh wait, we have one more. Are we allowed to? Okay. Dr. Subramanian, oh, yours.
Thank you. I'm Subra from the Paralympic Council. We all know the internet is a very difficult tool to control. The way technology is changing, things are moving so fast and things are being. We have seen the abuses of online pornography, online gambling, which has brought a lot of disasters to a lot of people, especially youngsters as well, scams and things like that. With the growing interest in esports in the world today and the amount of money that has been invested, how are we going to, and you have mentioned in your lecture that it's difficult, the bodies to control these things are still not in the proper place yet. Even though they are controls, people always will find an alternative mean. The more riskier is it, the more fun it is for people, some people. So what do you see about these issues? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. It is an interesting point what you say that the riskier, the more attractive it can be. And it's definitely, things are not easy. As you said, even if we do have these safeguards in place, they will always be developing. We can see this, for example, at the university. We have students who are breaching the rules of the university by using AI to write their dissertations, to write their coursework. However, and the AI tools for detecting the students are always one step behind the tools for actually breaching, for actually the tools to breach the rules. So we can see that usually the safeguarding measures are usually, unfortunately, one step behind the actual abuse. And that is creating a vicious cycle of, as you mentioned, online gambling and scams and things are happening. And the detection mechanisms usually are a little bit behind of those who are abusing. But I think now, with what we saw in Paris Olympics, for example, and in Paralympics, there were AI tools for detecting violence in the online chats for the very first time. The technology is moving ahead to find any possible abusers, and we didn't see this before. Like in the previous Olympics, although there was so much of online hate, these measures were not in place. And in the esports arena, what we are discussing is that we need to go faster. The technology is developing quickly, and those who are abusing it, they are quicker in knowing exactly the ways to abuse it. So the discussions, and I can definitely guarantee that these discussions are happening, is like, how can we make sure that we are even faster than them? We do have the tools. There is money in the industry, in the sports industry. Can they not make sure that there are measures in place that are 2 or 3 steps ahead to make sure that they not only catch up with those abuse incidents, they know that they are coming and they know how to prevent them from coming. But I think definitely some things will, will slip through the net, let's say. But the more awareness that we have that this is happening, the better and safer place we can guarantee that it will be in the future. Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Again, thank you so much, Professor. Once again, very insightful. Everyone, please give her a warm thank you. And we look forward to hearing about the policies that's going to be implemented. As you said, work closely with Kelly. I definitely would want to know more about it myself too. Absolutely. I think for the entire hall and for anyone who's doing any academics or studies and research about it, we all should be helping one another for something which is coming up and being so new in our generation, especially when the new generation, we don't know how it's going to be. Again,
Absolutely.
thank you so much again, Professor. We are going to release you so that
I
you
just want to
can.
say a big thanks as well to all the organizers, to the technicians who were so helpful. They downloaded the videos in advance. They managed with all these, like tricky bits that we couldn't share the slides at the last minute. We wouldn't do it without them. And you're amazing chairing. You are really so excellent in your chairing today. Thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of your day, and I promise I will listen to all the recordings in the morning.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Professor.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
For everyone, if you want to get her slides, they are available. So outside, the two things before I release you for a tea break, there are two things. There's a QR code which you can scan for a post questionnaire, and this is how you're going to get your goodie bag and also your certificate for attendance here at the International Safe Sport Symposium. So please do scan that before you head out for tea time. 10 minutes. I've been told you only have 10 minutes for your tea break. And then we'll come back in for another very insightful chat, which is on psychology and how are the strategies to handle psychological methods for athletes. So this is the first QR code. I'll give you a moment to quickly scan. I think all of you have done so. And then for the slide presentation on esports and all the sessions that we had yesterday, you can download it. There is another QR code which is available at registration. Just scan that and you'll be able to get access to every single slide so you can revisit, relearn, think about it. And they also have the contact of each speaker as well.
Okay, hi everyone. Just a quick note. Yesterday we had 90 of you who did the pre-questionnaires. We hope more will be able to answer these questionnaires, the pre and post questionnaires, because it's very important for us. We will be doing a somewhat study and research on safe sport. So I do hope all the attendees, the 130 or so attendees, please spend 15 minutes of your time to answer both the post and pre-questionnaires. Thank you very much. Thanks.
Since, as Dr. Shalin has said, it's very important that we get research and also everyone's understanding about safe sport and also your thoughts and opinions and further questions. So I think I'm not going to release them until they finish the post questionnaire. So I would almost say close the doors. Don't let them out until post questionnaire is completed. Fair, right? But you will get your tea break. I assure that you will get your tea break. But the questionnaire is very, very important so we can all be on the same page. Thank you. While you're doing that, remember there you can still validate your parking at registration. You must say your car plate number and also that you're part of the symposium. Much later, please. I've been also told that you need to show proof that you have completed the questionnaire. Only then you can collect your certificate and your goodie bag. Okay, for the rest of you who are still in the room, thank you. If you are done, you can head out for your tea break and we will call you back in for the next session. Dear participants, just letting you know that we are going to go straight into our next session very soon. So if you haven't collected your goodie bag, no worries. You can stagger it. You can collect it throughout the day, so it doesn't have to be immediately upon finishing your post questionnaire. And if you are hungry, quickly go grab a bite, bring it back into the hall so that we can continue with the agenda. Welcome back, everyone. If I could have you please head over to your seats. We will start effectively immediately. And welcome back, everyone. Thank you so much. I hope you got your teas, your snacks with you. And again, for anyone who didn't get a chance to collect your goodie bag, which is a beautiful bag, by the way, can we have someone lift up the bag? This is what you're going to be getting for those who have not filled out the post questionnaire yet. And that's okay because we're still allowing you to go and pick it up from registration in a staggered manner. Okay, the next one we're going to have is a session on psychological strategies to safeguard athletes, promoting inclusion and supporting survivor in sport. For this, we would like to welcome on stage Group Co-CEO of Help Education Group and a leading figure in psychology and education in Southeast Asia, a founder of multiple academic institutions and a consultant for major corporations. His humanitarian efforts, including UNICEF projects, have left a profound impact on society. Please, everyone, let's give a round of applause to the man who is on stage, Dr. Goh Chi Leong.
Thank you. Thank you. Very good morning, everybody. It's great to be here, all right, sports community Malaysia. I was just talking to some of you and saying that while I'm an educationist and a psychologist, actually at heart, I'm a sports person, right? I played everything, all right? In our family, we played everything. Badminton, rugby, football, cricket. I was a school runner, table tennis, pickleball, whatever it is. It's just that I was never good enough to be national. All right, so I think I told some of you back there, I still haven't given up. I'm still looking for a sport. Maybe lawn bowling, maybe esports, where a 50-year-old gentleman like myself still has hope to be an Olympian, all right? But look, I'm here to share some thoughts on how psychology can contribute to the discussion you're having on how to create a safe sports environment for your athletes and your community, all right? 2 minutes, a bit about myself. I've been told that my time slot has been cut in half, but I think I'm going to go very, very quickly, which I think you're used to because, Olympic motto is Citius, right? Citius, Altius, Fortius, faster, speed, right? Isn't it? Sporting community used to speed, okay? So I'm going to go at double the pace. So a bit about myself. I'm part of the Help Education Group. I've been there for the last 25 years. My own journey was, because my background is in psychology, all right? I started the psychology program there in 1999, all right? And right now, we boast the largest psychology program in Malaysia. In fact, we've got a few former students that I see in the crowd here, a lot of national athletes. But as a group, we've been around since 1986. Over the last 38 years, 150,000 students from our universities and schools have graduated from either Help University or Help International School, right? This is our school group. We've got 3 schools in KL, one in Subang Lestari, one in Johor and Kuching. And in fact, for the last 10 years, a lot of our safeguarding experience has come from working in what we call K-12, right? Meaning kindergarten until year 12. And because we were international schools, we had to adopt and learn very, very quickly, almost overnight, what international safeguarding standards were. Because we wanted to be part of groups like for BCA and CIS and Cambridge and all of these international bodies. So as an international school, we had to wake up very quickly. So some of the things that your speakers have talked about yesterday and this morning, about things like background checks. I mean, we had to do all of it. So in our schools, everybody from cafeteria operators, bus drivers, any construction worker that comes into the school, we do a background check. And the background checks are not just police reports. We actually have companies that will go into the internet to actually see whether, there's any dangerous material that this person has searched for. In fact, there are now IT companies and cybersecurity companies that will even go into the dark web to ensure that, every individual that is allowed into the school community has an impeccable record. And if they don't, then they're not allowed into the school. So as an example, sebagai contoh, those were some of the things we had to learn very quickly. I've got 700 CCTVs in each of my schools. Every single area except the bathroom and toilet, obviously, every classroom, every corridor, that there is coverage. Why? Because that's part of, creating a safe environment where, students feel safe, but also where staff feel that if there are any accusations or any reports that are done, very, very quickly, because there's transparency and scrutiny, things can be cleared up, all right? So anyway, that's a bit about our schools and about our universities. Now, we're very proud, since we're talking about sports, right? We have had over 100 national athletes in the last 38 years. As far back as when I was there, people like Su Bing Kiang, were actually, part of our Help University family. In fact, the founders, Datin Chan and Datuk Chan, since the, I think, birth of Help University, our policy is black and white. Any national athlete gets 100% sports award. And by the way, that still holds until now. So we've got athletes that have come back after 20, 30 years of retirement, come and done MBAs or masters or PhD programs. So if any of you are interested, this is my selling pitch, all right, Okay, so all bodies. So I, as the CEO, we approve on the spot. And we're still having athletes, So, of course, one of them is here in the organizing committee, all right, and finished a law program with us. And people like Sonia Celeste Chan was one of my students in psychology. Fuji and Sarah recently won gold medals in the SEA Games. So we have a vibrant sports community, and it's our pleasure to host them and help them and support them. All right. Now, I couldn't attend yesterday, but I spent last night actually watching all of the presentations from yesterday's event. And I found it really, really very helpful. We talked about frameworks and policies, the country moving in the right direction, I think, when it comes to creating a safe environment. And being an educator myself, I think there are a lot of parallels, equivalents between education and sports. Young people come to us. Our job is to help optimize their potential, right? Help grow them. But for that to happen, they need to feel safe, right? And so, you know, we talked about the framework, but I think beyond that, the spirit of sports, when you think about the power of sports, why we indulge in sport, you know, whether it is national level, whether it's clubs, whether it's professional, whether it's amateur, any of our sports, right? These are, I think, some of the words that come to mind about the power, the nobility, the beauty of sports as a catalyst for change. I mean, we talk about stretching human limits, and it's not just national, you know. I mean, you know, when you talk about Pierre de Coubertin and the Olympic ideals, you know, the Olympics, sports, any games was meant to be a human exercise in what the limit is. It's, hey, look, you know, can a human being run 9.58, you know, seconds for 100 meters? 20 years ago, none of us thought it would be possible. You know, it took years before we broke the 10-second mark for the 100 meters. And then you get a Usain Bolt coming in that basically teaches humanity, why not? Right? That sports, time and time again, right, teaches us about the fact that boundaries of what is humanly possible can always be pushed back. Right? The frontiers, right? I mean, that's the power of sports. So that's why CITIAS, LTS, FORTIS, right? I mean, faster, higher, you know, the limits, testing our limits. It's about personal growth, discipline, esprit de corps, which is a fellowship, teamwork, right? That's the French word for working together as a team. Fraternity, you join a team, you join a club, you know, so when you come into, right, whether it is Manchester United and they show you, hey, you're now part of the tradition that included George Best and Dennis Law, and, you know, that's the tradition, man. And same thing, I'm sure you do that, right? I put on the national jersey after 12 years of training like crazy, you know, and I finally make it as a Malaysian athlete. I'm sure all of you coaches tell the story about that. Hey, look on these walls, you're now part of a legacy for the last 30, 40 years, and you should feel this sense of pride. That's the fraternity, you know. You're part of something bigger than you know, and you support one another, and you cheer each other on, and you pick each other up. I mean, that's esprit de corps, right? So all of these ideals, innovation, total football in 1970s, you know, redefining how to play a game, you know, all of these ideals, which I've put here, which is basically, think of it as the spirit of sports. You know, these things cannot exist in a culture of fear. So that's why safe sports is so important. Aside from the obvious moral and ethical reasons, humanitarian reasons, you know, you cannot, when I'm scared of being bullied every day, I'm not concentrating on improving my game. You understand or not? You know? So this, take it from a psychologist. It's the same thing as learning as well. That's why we say you need safe schools. Because if my students every day are, you know, takut kena bully or scared of the teacher because the teacher is throwing dusters at their head, they're not going to be able to concentrate on math or science or geography or finish their new IT project or create a new AI robot. I mean, how to concentrate, right? Because they are concentrating on surviving school. They're concentrating on, you know, not to get whacked, not to get insulted. That's why we're very quiet. I mean, during the break, we were discussing, right? Why everybody is so quiet? I mean, in most Asian countries, even in a conference like this, we all takut to put up our hand. I mean, I'm also like that. Why? Because 12 years of conditioning in school, you know, say anything wrong, you kena. Make any mistake, you kena. So all of us have been conditioned psychologically. Just keep quiet, don't say anything, don't draw any attention. So memang lah like that lah, you know. So you see, to me as an educator, if education is about innovation, pushing the boundaries, then I need to get rid of the culture of fear in my schools, because it is not productive. You understand or not? It goes against the goal and the spirit of education. Now, I think the same thing for sports. If sports is about pushing the boundaries, making myself better, growing as a person, making me as an athlete think of innovative ways, how can I beat the opponent? Strategy, thoughts. Then I need to free my mind from fear. You see, I can't be thinking about you know, halfway through the match, if I miss this penalty, if I make this mistake, die tomorrow, front cover of the newspaper. cyberbullying, people are going to kill me, let alone my coach. My coach is going to be shouting at me in 5 minutes' time. I cannot be thinking about these things, I need to be focused on, we talk about mental skill training, right? All of you as coaches know this one. At that moment, I shouldn't be thinking about anything. In fact, I shouldn't even be thinking about gold medal or the outcome or even the score, right? I should be thinking about the game. What do I need to do now? The next point, the next 5 seconds, the next 10 seconds, what we call be in the moment, right? This is sports psychology 101. The best athletes do that. You talk about the Djokovic, the Federers, our national athletes, Datuk Charlene, right? Go and talk to her. In the moment, you can't be focusing on so many things, especially things that create fear. You focus on the game. You focus on what you need to do, what we call clarity of mind. So all of these things are not possible when you create a culture of fear and distress. So for those of you still not sold on the idea, let me tell you, that is why you need safe sports. Because for success, people need to feel safe. All right? So today, look, I changed my presentation somewhat because having listened yesterday to the different speakers, I didn't want to repeat again, right? So I've summarized my presentation into basically 4 ideas, right? So I want to share this with you. Whether you find it useful or not, I'm not sure, but this is my contribution from the field of psychology. Okay, so 4 ideas that perhaps help in the implementation, right? How you apply the policies and the frameworks that we've been talking about this last 2 days. All right, so idea number 1. Okay, we need to focus on the development of the athlete as a person. Person development. Some people call it personhood. Meaning, before I talk to you about you, Goh Chi Leong as the badminton player, Goh Chi Leong as the rugby player, basketball player, as the striker, I need to talk to you as Goh Chi Leong as the person. And my job as a coach, as a support authority, as the National Basketball Association or whatever it is, my job is to build you, Goh Chi Leong, as a person, all right? Because the stronger you are as a person, the better you are as a person, the more all-round you are as a person, the better basketball player you're going to be, all right? So I tell you a story. Now, I spent 8 years in New Zealand, so a lot of the stories are rugby. In fact, I had the benefit when I was actually lecturing there as a teaching fellow. I 2-3 All Blacks, right? Actually, in my class in Otago, right, in Dunedin. So, okay, so I'm a rugby fan, all right? My father was from King Edward VII, which is one of the rugby schools in Malaysia, from Taiping. So that's why I always suspect that's why he sent me to New Zealand to study rugby. He was hoping I'm a rugby player, all right? I'm even too small to be a number 9, I think, right? But anyway, right? So New Zealand prides itself. All Blacks has this tradition, right? Mana, this honor. For most years, they are number 1. For many years. 1987, first World Cup, they won. And all of the next World Cups, they were actually favorites and lost every single one of them. 1991, lost semi-finals to Australia. 1995, lost finals to South Africa, the famous Mandela World Cup. 1999, they lost semi-finals to France in one of the greatest matches ever. They were leading by, I think, 14 at halftime and still managed to lose. 2003, Australia again, semi-finals got knocked out. So all this while, this New Zealand public that is used to their All Blacks being number 1 in the world, they were labeled as chokers, right? All the time they are favorites and they never won. And then 2003, 2007, they put together this dream team of coaches led by Graham Hendry and put resources in there, and they built, and they said, okay, we have learned all of the lessons, and they built such a depth of strength. And they were so, I think they were 30-40% favorites for 2007 World Cup in Europe, to the point where we used to joke they could field 2 complete rugby teams and probably still beat anybody in the world. So they seem to have everything covered, everything covered. And what happened? Quarterfinals. They were kicked out at the earliest stage in the history of New Zealand rugby. With a captain, Richie McCaw, all right, that was seen as probably one of the best, if not the best rugby players at that time. And you could see it, I was heartbroken. All of us were, we were all crying into the night. They were shell-shocked. You go and watch the YouTube of the press conference and the captain having to sit there with the coach. They just had no idea what had hit him. Now, I won't talk about the cyberbullying and the repercussions, but in the aftermath of that, they said we need to change our approach to coaching. And so they developed with their mental skills coach and the coaching framework, they developed an approach of focusing on the person of the All Black. And one of their slogans was, better people make better All Blacks. And their contention was because we focus so much on the sports, it's so much on the training and the game, so much emphasis, and of course, each All Black that goes in there is a bit like, you know, our national badminton players in the Olympics and the pressure of 30 million people on you. That first gold medal is no human being can bear. And what they were saying is that, so physically, they had all the skills. Physically, they should have won that game by 30, 40. But as most of you know, 60% of sports is psychological. The best athletes are the best athletes because they are the best. I mean, Djokovic is not the fastest or the strongest. Same thing with Federer. Same thing with Messi or Ronaldo, right? These guys just know mentally they're strong, but also, right, the idea of being able to absorb the pressure and all of that. Now, coming back to this, so this was an interesting experiment. And you must understand that the New Zealand rugby culture is a very conservative culture. So, I mean, many of you, I know that's the battle you're fighting. Hey, we don't care about psychology one, mental skills, all of this bluff one, you know, we don't care, right? Just be a man. That kind of very, old-fashioned, almost toxic masculinity. New Zealand culture was like that. Tough it up. So the fact that they did this was a major miracle already, that they had to take a step back and say, look, something is not right, you know? And the way our players are dealing with pressure and all that, they're not ready. And so let's take a step back and let's focus not just on their performance as athletes. Let's focus on their development as people. So better people make better All Blacks. And so there are a lot of things. You can go and read books and research done on it, but I just summarized 3 things. Number 1, there was a theme ethos. Look, everybody do chores. Similar to some of the Asian teams that, hey, it doesn't matter, you're the superstar striker, you clean up your desk like everybody else. No such thing as junior players carry the bag for senior players. No such thing. So Richie McCaw, who was the captain at that time, if he's on duty, he will clean up the toilet. Everybody does. Right? No bullies, no jerks, right, in the team. Number 1. Number 2, everybody was encouraged to develop interests outside of rugby. So they were given some budgets to, hey, go and get your piloting license. You know, what else aside from rugby do you have? Because their contention was, if everything is about sports and rugby, you have nothing else, that's dangerous. That's not healthy, you know? And therefore, in the moment when you're under so much pressure, you don't have the reserves, you know, the psychological strength and reserves to take a step back and be able to handle the pressure. So all of them were encouraged to go and get other hobbies, do interests, talk about your life goals. You know, all of these are in life coaching. This is what we do with all of our university students, by the way, right? So aside from training them to be economists and accountants and psychologists and lawyers, we take a step back and say, hey, look, tell us about your life, you know? What kind of life you want to build? Family, travel, what are your goals, dreams, interests, you know, whatever it is, let's develop that. And in fact, by the way, Help University's mission statement, you know, it's not, we go, you know, help you pass exams and get jobs. It's helping you live a life of success and significance. So that's a bit like what the All Blacks did. And then a lot of EQ training, stress, coping strategies. How do you deal with pressure? When fans abuse you, when people shout at you, how do you manage all of this? Right? So 2008 to 2011, this was the experiment. The All Black coaching culture, one of the most conservative, old-fashioned coaching cultures in the world, changed. They made a decision to change. Result, 2 World Cups in a row. 2011, they won in Auckland. 2015, they won in London. So I think, look, the results speak for itself. So for people here say, yeah, this psychology thing, this personal development thing, this safe spot thing, don't waste time. I think there are hundreds of stories like this. You take care of the people, you build people, I promise you the success will come. Right? And so, okay, what are some practical ideas? So develop them as people. The education needs to be there. How do you build a life? How do you look after your emotions, your health? So training, education, life coaching, counseling can be made available. Hey, this one, partner with us, partner with there are hundreds of university psychologists, therapists that we can work with you, all right? I mean, some of my former students are in the Institute Sukan Negara doing sports psychology and all that. I mean, let's work together. We can network, right? Strong social support networks help the athletes build their own social support networks. So whether it is family, whether it's a brother or sister, whether it's their friends, so that they got the shoulder to cry on. So when they are going through stress, when they are getting cyberbullied, when they are disappointed with their results, right? When they're having a difficult relationship with the coach, they have somebody to talk to. And it can't just be within the professional association one. So a lot of these young athletes have no idea how to do this. In fact, hey, to be honest, a lot of CEOs also don't know how to do this. Yeah, right? So these are basic life skills, all right? So we always train people to say, build your own network. Who are people that you can talk to, that you can call when you're having a difficult time and you're in the Olympic Village, 10,000 miles away from home and you're homesick? You know, are there people you can talk to? And surround yourself with people that are not going to, suck the energy from you, but that are going to help you. Coping skills, resilience, healthy interests, like the All Blacks. This one, we get all of our students to do. Go and build, interests outside. So it's not just sports, study, work, sleep, eat, something else. So you're a more all-round person, all right? And what you will find from this, psychologically, is as a result of, I think, this investment. Number one, a healthy sense of self-identity. I mean, I think you caught the phrase earlier, where the All Black slogan was, I play rugby. It doesn't mean that defines who I am, So rugby is what I do. It's not what I am. Football is what I do. It's not what I am. Running is what I do. It's one of the things I do. I do a lot of things in my life. But running doesn't define me. Whether I win the gold medal or not doesn't define me as a person, right? Goh Chi Leong is more than just that gold medal. And by the way, that's also one of the reasons how you deal and protect post-career depression and issues. Because if you build up that sense that, hey, look, who you are, Goh Chi Leong, everything is only your sports career. We all know what the sports career is how many years? 10, 15 years? And so then post-retirement, all of them end up in great difficulty because to them, they have already peaked at 27. And then, from there, what's left of their life? So if their message they've been sent is, hey, the moment you won that SEA Games gold medal, that was it already. The rest of your life, no need to talk. I mean, that's such a horrible message, isn't it? Right? So we should say, yes, we celebrate the SEA Games gold medal, but hey, look, you know what, Goh Chi Leong, you got a lot of adventures to come. And your life continues. And there's so many exciting things that we let's work with you to do, right? So I know the minister also talked about this. I mean, careers beyond, coaching. But so healthy self-identity, positive, stable self-esteem. And this is important, so that their self-esteem is not reliant on, am I popular today? How many Instagram likes, Facebook likes, So, I mean, we are setting them up for vulnerability when it comes to cyberbullying, when the message we tell them is, your stock, your value is based on, your social media likes. And people like you when you're popular. And by the way, there will be moments when they're popular. See, that's the thing that is so seductive, is it? There are moments where everybody is cheering you on when you're winning, right? When you're scoring goals. And for young athletes, it's very seductive, drawn to the flame, right? But when their whole self-esteem depends on, other people like me or not, does the coach like me or not, does my friends like me or not, and then when that turns, they cannot survive, they cannot cope, right? So that's why having stable self-esteem to say, hey, I'm Goh Chi Leong, I mean, sports is important, I will train hard, I want to be an Olympian, but that's not the whole of my life, And same thing, by the way, here, for coaches, the same thing. We also know you experience pressure as well. You experience stress as well. So as coaches, you should also go through the same course, I think. So also develop yourself so that you realize that your whole life is not based on just success and failure, all right? And then having a balanced life. And I think as a result of this, we talked about cyberbullying. And I'm not going to add to the discussion in terms of how we can prevent that, because there are measures in place, policies in place, Parliament acts in terms of trying to cut down the abuse. But our job as educators, as coaches, is how do I prepare you to be more resilient when those attacks come, because they will come. And by the way, it's not just cyberbullying. It's sometimes, you know, when we talk to some of our athletes, some of my former students, they say they may be more hurt by a sports critique in a newspaper than a cyberbully. You know? So I know both are bad, right? You know? But comments like, hey, you're fat, you're short, you're useless, you're hopeless. You know, some of the athletes at some point find a way to shrug that off. But when a sports critic or a newscaster or a former athlete dissect your performance, and I'm not saying it's a wrong thing to do, because that's what happens, ma. All right, you know, and they dissect and say, okay, well, Goh Chi Leong made these 5 mistakes. That's sometimes more painful to the young athlete who is not used to failure, all right? But the idea of having self-identity, meaning I realize I can take a step back and say, hey, well, you know, I feel disappointed. That's quite natural, yeah? That's okay. It's okay to feel disappointed. It's okay to feel, you know, some regret. I should have done this a bit better. I'm not happy today. That's all right. That's very normal, right? But I can take a step back and realize in perspective, right? That's not the whole of my life. Just because I lost one match doesn't mean Goh Chi Leong is only about that match, that sport, that career. So having a good sense of self-identity, esteem, helps actually manage my stress better. Number 2, then I'm more assertive. So later on, when we talk about things like grooming, predatory behavior, all right? And why some athletes will not report, because they've got what we call dependent personalities. And when I've got low self-esteem, and therefore I am more vulnerable to something like grooming. Right? Because they target me because I'm lonely, because I depend on somebody and I'm not getting that love or acceptance maybe in my family or in my friends. And this person comes along, this coach, this senior authority figure, and therefore, you know, they are giving me attention and I'm with this person. So when it becomes abusive, I don't blow the whistle. Why? Because I'm so dependent on this person, you know. And so I think the idea of having healthy self-esteem and self-identity, I'm not saying will shield the person or protect the person necessarily from that kind of abuse, but it certainly puts the person in a better position to have the confidence and assertiveness to say, look, this is not right, and I'm not going to stand for this. I'm not going to allow myself to be bullied. I mean, this is the same thing we find in schools when children get, you know, whacked and abused by teachers. We find the same thing in abuse in homes, marital abuse, when they are abused by a spouse, right? And having that sense of identity and confidence puts me in a position where I'm more likely to say, no, I'm not going to take this nonsense anymore. This is not acceptable, right? So that helps as well. And number 3, look, for coaches out there who still don't believe that this impacts performance, let me tell you, 100% it does. You build up a better person who is more resilient, they can tahan the stress and the pressure better. And that's why the All Black story is important, you know. They are the ones who are more likely that in the heat of the moment, 50,000 people in the stadium, 30 million people watching at home, at that moment, they are more likely to be able to put the emotion in perspective, manage the stress, focus on the sport. Okay? All right, so I've taken a lot of time on that first point. All right, can I have 5-10 more minutes, Lenora? Or can I? Okay, very quickly. Number 2, we need to transform the coaching culture. I know this is hard. And let me say, I've had the same challenge. So when I'm trying to introduce safe schools, my challenge is helping teachers also change their approach. Now, it's not easy because, you see, sports, like education, is about pushing boundaries, you see. You know, so safe sports certainly doesn't mean we can't challenge athletes to do better, work harder, be more disciplined. I mean, that's not what safe sports is about. Sports itself is about challenging boundaries. You know, the fact that I enter sports means, hey, this is what I'm supposed to be doing, you know, testing my limits, getting out of the comfort zone, all right? But I think that's the balancing act, right? And I know training is already taking place, coaching, how do you, implement safe sports with effective coaching. But just to lay it out, I think it is important that we make clear you can do effective safeguarding. At the same time, as a coach, I will still move athletes out of the comfort zone. Right? So safe sports is not, it's not inconsistent with, and when I say comfort zone, I'm not talking about kicking them out of it. I'm talking about how do we coach and facilitate, because we know, training and sports is about doing more than you think you can, right? And it is about putting you in difficult situations, because that's the preparation for being in the Olympics or being in a game, right? How, safe sports is, I think, consistent with providing candid feedback, right? So again, I mean, all of this is not about abuse, right? It's about saying, hey, Goh Chi Leong, look, let's sit down, let's analyze. I think there are a few things in the game you can improve on, right? The fact that you didn't come for 3 training sessions this week, I think is not helpful, and moving forward, I don't think this is acceptable. Our team ethic and culture means if you miss a training session, then I will actually leave you out for the next 2 games. I mean, that's fair for everybody, but I'm explaining this to you so you understand, all right? Now, that's different from, hey, you stupid idiot, right? What's wrong with you? Otak udang, all right? Now. So I think, look, most people with common sense can tell the difference between one and the other. Candid, honest feedback, I think, is certainly allowed under the sports framework. I mean, I was there reading the whole thing in session 1. I've read the whole manual. There is nothing there that says I can't give feedback. And I should give feedback, because as a coach, that's my job, right? But to do it in a way that is not abusive, I don't think it's difficult, right? And I think this is where, so when we talk about safe sports, I think what scares a lot of coaches is, to them, it's as though, hey, you're leaving me bare. I cannot do anything. I cannot correct, I cannot challenge, I cannot discipline. This athlete doesn't come for training the whole week. This fella, 2 hours, we're waiting on the team bus. And I would say, look, as a school teacher, as a lecturer, I would say, 2 hours, team bus, they are left out. Very simple. The bus is leaving. Okay, assuming they're not a minor, right? Okay, I mean, let's assume they are adults, all right? I mean, rules are rules, and we are fair, so there are consequences of indiscipline. There are consequences of breaking team rules that are reasonable. There are consequences of when you're not training, you're not following the coach's instruction, then I think fair game, that the coach, like the authorities, need to maintain a certain standard and benchmark in high performance sports. 100%, that I believe is still allowable. But there's a big difference between, like I say, taking Goh Chi Leong aside and saying, hey, at the beginning, we've all already signed a team code to say, when you miss training, or when you're late for training, or when you're late for the bus, these are some consequences. So you are suspended for 1 month, or I will leave you out, and we go through all of the bodies to make sure it's legal. But I explain, and to get back onto the team, hey, this is what I want to see from you, and I'm cheering for you, I'm going to help you, but you need to reach this standard to get back. Now, that's different from, I leave you out, don't talk to you, don't explain why, basically give you cold storage. That's different, That becomes abusive. When the athlete feels, I don't know what's going on. This is like the boyfriend, don't call me back. Girlfriend, don't call me back. I mean, what's going on? I'm getting the silent treatment. I don't know what's going on here. So I'm just giving you some examples of, I think when we do the training, all right, we need to dive to the level where coaches realize that they have more than enough tools that are effective to be able to still do all of this, to maintain discipline, standards, set benchmarks, help them grow as athletes, push them, so that they improve, developing a high performance culture. Of course, all of these things are necessary when you're talking about elite sports. In fact, it's the same culture for education. As a university lecturer, that's my job, So they come in with an essay that is not completed. I'm not going to just pat them on the head and say, good, A+. It's not acceptable. And my job is to, how do I correct? How do I set a benchmark and set expectations without abusing them, without humiliating them, without bullying them? All right? And I think, look, let's be honest. Most coaches, after training, and facilitation will know the difference. But this is a process that I think we need to do alongside them, all right? You know, you know, right? So the balancing act, so we need to change from apathy of I don't care, I'm not going to change, to no, you have to change. All of us have to change, right? And from helplessness to agency to say there are things I can do. So, all right? So these are some tools. I'll leave the notes. Sorry, I'll leave the notes available. But in terms of transforming coaching culture, not just education, but I think the coaches themselves need life coaching. The coaches themselves should have EQ skills so that they can better self-regulate. Because let's be honest, most of the time, we are just losing our temper, right? Many times as coaches or as teachers, we have lost patience. And I just want to say, I understand why we are losing patience sometimes. I also lose patience, right? Because sometimes you're thinking, oh, this is just terrible. But that's where I need to be trained how to self-regulate. So I don't explode. I don't start shouting at my students or my staff, right? So I need skills in sports psychology myself to deal with my stress because I'm under a lot of pressure, you know? So I think, right, that's where we're heading, all right? Now, deterring sexual predators, again, maybe this is something that I don't need to go through, but you should know this. These are some of the traits of sexual predators. And I say this because sexual predators are attracted to industries like yours. They are attracted to schools. They're attracted to sporting bodies because that provides a cover for them to do what they need to do. That's why we are extremely careful with school teachers. Extremely careful. Because we know, I mean, the majority are fine. Majority are really, they love the children, they want to be teachers. But they are, you know, if somebody is a pedophile, one of the professions they would choose would be teaching and maybe medical care and attention because that's the places where they can operate undetected. And religious organizations, these are the three, right? So when you hear about all this abuse, right? Religious organizations, schools, medical care, NGOs. Sports, unfortunately, is also one of them, right? Because of the autonomy, sometimes the athlete, you know, the coaches and authorities are given. So a few things to look out for. They are attracted to power. They're manipulative. They're extremely charming. So don't be bluff, all right? Just because you are friendly with them and they seem normal to you doesn't necessarily mean they're not predators. You know, so the usual remark, yeah, they're fine one lah. You know, I spend time with them. They seem quite okay. Okay, Joe lah. You know, no way they are predator. That's not true. Most of them are psychopaths. They know exactly how to lie and how to create an impression. Okay? And look, in my experience, they will not cease, right? They will not cease unless they have to. And so my humble recommendation is you need to eliminate hiding places. This is one of those things where it's not so much counseling sexual predators to stop. They will not stop unless you make them stop. You will have to uncover the hiding places, strictly enforce SOPs. I already talked about my schools, each have 500-700 CCTVs. There's nowhere to hide. Because the message I'm sending is, therefore, your sexual predator, don't even come into the school. Don't even think about it. There's no place you can do it. Standard SOPs, no one-to-ones. No one-to-one allowed in our school. No such thing. I mean, the meetings are always at least 2 people there, 3 people there. And if you think about it, there's no reason why it needs to be one-to-one. Why? You know, what are we hiding? You know, all rooms, windows open, you know, things, I mean, basic things like, these are common sense, right? Common sense, right? I mean, there's no reason why. That's why even in our schools, the teachers cannot go into the same bathroom and restrooms as the students. It is kept separate. That's a rule. So all of these are examples. I mean, we can share later on if you want to come and talk to me during lunch. But basic SOPs, and no such thing as social media. Like social media, you want to start a WhatsApp page, even if it's that allowable, even if it is, then 6 of us need to be in there. There's no such thing as one-to-one. There's no such thing as one-to-one emails. And so as a coach, I mean, if you ask me as a teacher and as a coach, there's no reason why this message only needs to go to her. What am I scared of? What am I telling her as a coach? I mean, this is not a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, you know. This is not husband and wife. What secrets are we discussing that I'm scared other people will find? So I would say people who are scared of scrutiny, there's no reason why. Okay, but look, I understand these changes are uncomfortable at first, so you need to explain. and explain and understand. In fact, when we introduced CCTVs, our teachers were so happy because that way they know if any accusation and it becomes he says, she says. Some parents say, look, you know, my son said you slapped my son. The good thing about the CCTV is all of it is there, right? And it can put to any doubt whether something really happened or not, where possible. But the idea is it opens up more transparency. Compulsory background checks, I've already said, and education for all stakeholders. So this is where, for sexual predators, I mean, this is different from bullying and harassment and other things. For in this case, I think the idea here is that it's important that the education includes how to recognize grooming behavior. Everybody should understand so that the warning signs are there. Parents, students, everybody, that these are, if 5 things, if the coach is doing these 5 things to you, you need to be, you need to be careful. All right. Last but not least, I end with this safeguarding consultation. All right. For people who are affected persons, all right, these are some of the challenges, right? So we already talked about fear of repercussions if I report, and this may not even be a coach. This may be the president of the National Association. This may be somebody that is politically connected. This may be somebody in power. So I mean, I quite open my mouth. My career may be over, right? So how do we safeguard that? Shame, self-blame. This is very common, particularly among bullying victims or victims of sexual abuse and harassment. They tend to blame themselves. Maybe it's something I did. So I'm ashamed. I'm ashamed to come across, even though that's not logical, right? There's trauma, uncertainty of acceptable parameters. So in some cases, I think this was touched on yesterday, it may be gray area. It's not, it's borderline. I'm not sure. The coach said this to me. I'm not sure whether this is appropriate or not. And so I may not want to lodge a formal complaint or report, right? But what I want to do is just talk to somebody to assess whether is this actually acceptable or not. And by the way, this can be also the same thing with the coach, right? The coach also almost like a consultation rather than a complaint to say, look, I'm not sure whether, I'm thinking of this disciplinary measure for or this method of managing or coaching this group of athletes. I just want to check first whether is this kosher or not, all right? And then conflicting feelings, you have to understand. This is probably one of the main reasons. You have to understand that similar to a relationship with a parent, relationship with a teacher, relationship with a coach, that relationship has been built over many years. So what we call dual attitudes or feelings means I hate what this person is doing to me. I don't like the way they shout at me and humiliate me. But at the same time, there are a lot of positive things that I've experienced with this person. So I'm stuck with, I've got conflicting feelings. So you find this in spousal abuse at the same time, right? I hate that he's getting drunk and hitting me. But at the same time, look, it's not as though I stopped loving this person, So I think how to, your call center or your helpline or hotline, helping the athlete resolve to say, just because you are reporting this behavior, right? And that you have identified that this makes you feel uncomfortable, in no way means or negates the fact that you don't think this person is a good coach, right? And those two truths can exist in the same reality, right? And I think many athletes, therefore, that's why they don't report to them. They say, well, they're still a good coach. They still given me a lot of trust. They are the ones who selected me. So, I feel bad. So I think we have to say, no, all right? The fact that people do bad things and the behaviors should not be acceptable. And how do we process that? Now, that's important. Right? So having those dual attitudes or feelings, that's very normal for human beings, right? And teaching them how to resolve it and helping them resolve that, that's really important, right? Because that's one of the reasons why they don't report, right? So anyway, if you do have a consultation hotline or report center, these are the kind of training you need to give them: a psychological first aid, mediation, trauma sensitivity. We've just done psychological first aid for a few oil and gas companies as well. You need a highly competent team, and then what you have, therefore, is a safe channel for consultation, help, and reporting. All right, but in ending, I started off by saying that the importance of safe sports really adheres to the ideals of sports. I mean, this was taken from a poem by Pierre de Coubertin, which is the founder of the modern Olympics. I've sort of taken the first line of each verse You know, sports is about the essence of life: beauty, justice, audacity, honor, joy, progress, peace. I mean, these are the positive ideals of sports. So I think we as coaches, authority figures, it's not just about winning, losing, right? It's about upholding the power and the beauty of sports. I may not meet all of you, so I don't have enough business cards. These are my contacts. Thank you very much.
Dr. Go, thank you so much. And before you go off from the stage, we would like for you to remain because we're going to take about 2 questions if there are any from the floor. So anyone who has a question for Dr. Go, now is the time to do so. Anything in regards to the psychology and welfare of the athlete or even for coaches. Yes, Melissa, my favorite person. Please ask your question.
Is this okay? Okay. Thank you so much for your presentation, Dr. Go. Just a quick one. How much have you seen the positive effect of good mental health approaches? One, maybe even if something is approaching harassment or abuse, but they're still able to focus on their own sporting performance. And how could you maybe simplify that the sessions are beneficial and the specialization of things, especially access in academies, for example, sports academies and training centers. Maybe you can share some good practice lah.
So
Is
in
my
terms
question.
of mental health training,
Yeah.
mental health training.
Or even sessions with psychologists if you're going through stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, I think, look, I can't quote by name, but look, there's heaps of research done, I think, all over the world within the area of sports psychology that certainly reinforce the idea that I shared with you one All Black story, but there are hundreds of these stories, where by applying psychology, mental health, into helping build and develop the athlete as a person, then one of the knock-on effects is that certainly performance will increase. Right, so I think that the whole history of sports psychology, I don't know how many thousand research studies have shown in team sports, in individual sports, in terms of mental skill training, focus, dealing with pressure. But I think today, in today's context, when we talk about, they tend to be more resilient, right, to things like cyberbullying, which it's difficult to shield them from completely, because yesterday afternoon, the speaker talked about the fact that everybody has a phone, right? So unless the rule is you're not allowed to be on social media completely, it's hard to shield yourself. You will hear things. So I think one of the benefits is by making myself stronger, more resilient, my self-esteem, my self-identity is stable, is secure, while these things will still hurt me. I mean, don't get me wrong. I mean, it will still impact me. I'm in a better position to be able to handle that. I think when it comes to sexual harassment, I'm not sure though. Maybe Melissa, you can clarify. What was the question in relation to sexual harassment? The first part of the question,
So more of the referral to make it like a standard practice, and not seen as a stigmatizing, as if you're diagnosed.
Yes. And that's why, look, one of the points that I made right at the end when I talk about creating a channel, so whether it's a hotline, whether it's somebody I can call, is many of them are at a stage where I'm not sure whether this is something or not, right? And I'm not sure. It's a gray area to me, so I felt a bit uncomfortable, but I want somebody to talk to before I launch a formal complaint. And I'm not sure whether you already have that facility in existence, but I think that's important. That as an athlete or even a coach or whoever, if I've had an experience that makes me feel uncomfortable, so whether it's sexual harassment, whether it's bullying, whether it's whatever, right? I want some consultation. I want some advice on whether or not this crosses the line. So I know how I feel, right? I know that this is impacting me, but I also need to make a decision as, let's say, as an adult, of whether I want to pursue this further or not. And therefore, as an informed decision, who are the people that right now are helping me, guide me through that decision? And I think that's important. And so these people need to be well-trained. These people need to be sensitive. These people need to be trauma-trained and all of that so that they can help process what I'm going through, Because, I mean, I think there are cases where I may, having processed this, realize, okay, maybe I've made something too much of this, and I'm, for this instance, I'm happy to go on and continue. But in this instance, no, I've realized that this is not acceptable, and I do actually want to lodge a complaint because I don't want this to continue, right? So I think, how we do that, that's important. Now, again, I want to stress heavily, here I'm talking about more minor cases. I'm not talking about grooming. I'm not talking about sexual abuse. I'm not talking about, extreme bullying forms. Here I'm talking about, an instance where there may be a behavior, accidental or otherwise, that makes me feel unsafe. But I still want to restore that relationship I have with this person, with this team captain, with this teammate, with this coach, right? So it's not come to a stage where I say, look, I want this person fired. I want this person out, it's more, I need this person to understand that this is not okay. So I think that subtlety in a lot of reporting processes is not there. It's either, hey, court case or nothing. And I think that's the problem, you see. Because a lot of the cases, that's why I say dual attitudes. I still want to be with this coach. So this is not such a severe incident that I don't want to be with this person anymore. But, how do I communicate to this person that what he or she is doing is really creating a lot of conflict and a lot of stress and a lot of unnecessary fear in me? So how do we do that, right? Now, I can tell you in schools what we do, right? Because in schools, it's very difficult to expect the 7-year-old to come and make a report to the principal about the fact that the teacher is not maybe practicing good practices. So even though those channels are available, it's difficult with that power differential. So in school, the principal will run down, right? That's why I say that there's more transparency. We come and do class observations so that the auditor or the teaching coach or the principal is the one that spots it. And then they can tell the teacher, hey, look, you need to tone this down. You're a bit too harsh here. Or, this one can be seen as abusive. Stop doing that. It's always easier coming from an authority figure or an independent group than expecting the children themselves to make the report. So I think these are a few things that, we have observed, right? Thanks.
Thank you so much. We got one more question from the floor. The mic's over there.
Yep. The mic.
Thank you, Dr. Goh, for your very insightful lecture. I realized that especially children, sometimes they are very fragile. For the sports psychologists, do you all have ethics, a guideline? Because I had an incident whereby the sports psychologist, instead of teaching the child to have this coping mechanisms in place, in fact, increase the child's dependence on the sports psychologist. So it created some problem when the child, whenever she wants to go for a competition, must go and see this sports psychologist. So this is, we would like to have your views on that. Thank you.
I mean, without knowing the details of the case, I don't want to comment on the specific case, but the answer is yes, certainly any area of psychology have ethical codes, all right? Whether it's mental health, clinical psychology, sports psychology. In this instance, I don't know what happened there, all right?
Yeah, okay.
But certainly the goal is to create independence, but bear in mind though, that may take time, right? Okay. So I certainly can imagine a scenario where depending on what this child is experiencing in their own life, their personal life, their emotional life, there may be at the beginning some support that is still needed. Yeah. And it may not be, you go in there, it's not magic. Psychology is not magic. It's not you go in there, take 2 pills, 2 sessions, and then suddenly they're okay. I think like any kind of coaching or mentoring process, it will take time. But in this case, I'm not sure, so I rather not comment, right?
All right.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Okay, I think that'll be it for the questions. If anything at all, we have to take it offline, unfortunately, but you can still contact Dr. Go. He is going to be around. For now, we'd like to say thank you so much to Dr. Go, and now we'd like to announce the arrival of young Muhammad Hana Yo, Minister of Youth and Sports Malaysia, accompanied by Mr. Abdul Rashid Yaakob, Director General of National Sports Council. We'd like to say a big thank you again to our young Muhammad Hanayo for presenting us with your presence. And just to give an update of what exactly has been happening so far in the last 2 days, we have gone through a number of topics, all the way from cyberbullying to understanding about sexual harassment and how to make safe sport something that can be implemented here in Malaysia. And we just covered on the psychology of by Dr. Go on strategies to safeguard athletes and promote inclusion, supporting survivor in sport. And with that, everyone, we'd like to invite someone very special, as she has just graced us with her presence. So it's my honor to introduce young Muhammad Hana Yo, the Minister of Youth and Sports Malaysia, a dynamic leader and passionate advocate for empowering youth. She has been pivotal in shaping policies to create safe and inclusive sports environments in Malaysia. Her vision for a better sporting future is both inspiring and transformative. Please join me once again. Welcome, YB Hana Yo.
Thank you. Puan Ramona, Encik Rashid, Encik Suhadi, Dr. Yatela, Datuk Subra, Puan Nurul Huda, our speakers, Dr. Go. I don't have the list here, but thank you so much for agreeing to come and speak to our participants. Salam Malaysia Madani, I want to thank the organizer, MSN, for inviting me today to close the International Safe Sports Symposium theme From Policy to Practice, Implementing a Global Safe Sports Commitment in Malaysia. The last session that you will sit through later will give you a better idea of what is outside and what others are doing. I was informed that this symposium had more than 200 participants from various organizations, agencies, and universities. I also was made to understand that besides being the first international symposium for Malaysia, it's also a first of its kind in Asia. So well done, MSN. Now, I have an official speech here, but I don't think you need to hear any more about why safe sport is important. The fact that you are here, you're spending time here, shows that you understand there is a need for us to prioritize safe sport. But I want to tell you the challenges that you're going to face moving forward. I had an experience when I was Deputy Minister for Women, Family and Community Development, when it was first exposed in Malaysia that young doctors were facing harassment by a senior doctor. The case in Hospital Sungai Buloh, many of you will remember, that was the year 2018 or 2019. In my experience handling that case together with the Minister of Health, I found out that most times when you're dealing with sexual harassment, it's usually done by somebody you trust, somebody who is in a position of power, and as such, it's very difficult to convince people that this is a legitimate case. And most times, victims will feel very alone. So in our context, sports, you're likely going to be dealing with complaints coming from athletes, regarding coaches, administrators, maybe presidents of associations, I don't know. Likely somebody in power, likely somebody whom others trust, and when you highlight that case, nobody will believe you. But now that you are here being trained, you have a duty to treat every complaint independently and fairly. What if the perpetrator is somebody you know and trust and respect? Usually in sports, you are unlikely to come face to face with somebody new or unfamiliar to you. Because sports need time to develop, need time to practice. For somebody to become an athlete or coaches, this is somebody who has been in there for some time. So understanding the nature and not just sitting here and digesting, understanding what it means when you bring Safe Sport back to your associations, when you bring Safe Sport back to your training center, you are going to be faced with very, very uncomfortable situation. And that's why KBS has now made it easier by having a safeguarding officer, by having a committee chaired by Nurul Huda at the national level at the ministry. So that when you are dealing with a complaint like that, you are not going to be walking through it alone. You have a safeguarding officer to fall back on, because the safeguarding officer will say, I know this is how you feel, I know this is what you think is fair, but this is a better practice, this is a higher practice being done elsewhere, and this is what we should do. And then you have the national committee to help you so that you don't have to walk through this alone. When you're dealing with Safe Sport, somebody you trust, you're likely going to be receiving threats. Threats will come. And that's why you cannot do this alone. And that's why now the structure has been set up to empower complainants so that complainants don't have to go through it alone. What we have discovered in the very little cases, 38 cases in a few years, it has completely drained our committee and safeguarding officers. Why? Because when they make a recommendation, people don't follow through those recommendations. They think that, tak payahlah, tak payahlah. Tak payah, why? Because it's acceptable in Malaysian culture. No, it's not acceptable. It is acceptable because nobody speaks about it. That's why when you have symposium like that, you're bringing experts from another country. The next session, you're going to be learning how others do it. In my experience dealing with child rights, most times when we are talking about what is safe and when we talk about having screenings done to make sure that when you send coaches, you send teachers in, these are people who are safe to be working with around children. When you want to dismiss a person like that, usually the legal opinion will say, be careful because this teacher, this coach will come and sue you. Nobody talks about the child. The child has guardians, the child has parents. Also, the child can sue. So it's about time that we stop thinking in the interest of your institution and how people will sue you. You have to start thinking about the rights of that child. When you send coaches in, when you send a senior athlete in, when you send people into the sports ecosystem, you're dealing with children below 18 who cannot speak up for themselves. This child can be your grandchild, this child can be your daughter, this child can be somebody close to you. And if we don't play our part, right, you can develop all kinds of tournaments and training, but if your athletes are not feeling safe and abuses are happening, you will never get your gold medal. So having your road to goal is not enough. Making sure that there's a safe environment, doing it together. When you create that new culture that we want to establish, then the medals will come. Okay, so today you are part of that first group of trainees that we want to empower. Next year, 2025, through the Office of the Sports Commissioner, we want to start rating sports associations. Sports associations must give commitment to promoting safe sport. They must listen to our safeguarding officer because this is the commitment. And we want to stop funding. We want to stop funding bad practices. So you can have athletes who are winning medals, but if your association practices abuse, practices unsafe sport, we do not want to fund. And I don't want to be part of that kind of culture. You can keep the medals, right? So we want to uplift this new culture together, okay? And I cannot do it alone. I need MSN's help. I need all of your association help. When you hear a complaint later on about unsafe sport, when you hear about sexual abuse, your first inclination would probably say, takkanlah, impossible, cannot be. If you have that thought, please remember my speech today. I'm asking you to think about it a second day and third day, and I'm telling you that it's absolutely possible. People you trust can do this. Why? Because maybe it's a long culture. Maybe the person also doesn't know and doesn't realize that, hey, I shouldn't be saying things like that. Okay, because they don't know, it's time when it comes to your attention, you have to stop it. It has to stop with us. Okay, so I just want to end by saying that it's not going to be very comfortable. All the complaints that come will be very, very uncomfortable. Okay, but it's time that we do this for the future of our children and our athletes. And you know, the victim may not necessarily be a child or a coach. The victim could be your ketua pengarah Majlis Sukan Negara. Maybe a staff in the tournament is harassing him. It can come in many forms. Perpetrator does not have just a male form. Okay, it can come in many, many, many forms. So please give your cooperation to our committee members, our safeguarding officer. We now have, you know, people leading those committees. People, and next year we're going to staff these committees and going to put in resources to strengthen this. Okay, so thank you so much for coming, and just have an open mind. Have an open mind and listen to experts, and then we can learn and grow together. Thank you.
Thank you very much to YB Hannah Yo. If you could please remain on stage, we would like to give you a memento, and this is going to be presented by Mr. Abdul Rashid Yaakob, Director General of National Sports Council. Thank you so much, Mr. Rashid, and also YB Hannah Yo. We would now like to invite all the VIPs to go outside for a quick photo op. So could I please call on all our VIPs, YB Hannah Yo, Mr. Abdul Rashid, Madam Ramona, Muhammad Razali, Mr. Suhardi Alias, Dr. Yatela Zainal Abidin, and First Admiral R. Dato' Subramaniam Raman Nair. The photo will be taken according to where the photographers wish them to be. Would it be outside or inside? Okay, all right. Okay, just here. Could we have call the photographers back inside into the hall, please? All right, all our photographers and videographers are ready. And also to everyone, give us your big smiles. And if you are going to be taking a selfie of yourself later on, hashtag is Kita Semua Team Mas. Have we got our shot? Wonderful, yes. Again, thank you so much to all our VIPs. And now we would be continuing with our next session. Okay, and now we will move on with our next session. This is on the topic of advancing safe sport with global best practice. So we have a person who is a senior manager at the International Olympic Council Safe Sport Unit, a former Olympian and safeguarding advocate. She has led educational programs and global safeguarding strategies to protect athletes from abuse and misconduct. Her work embodies a deep commitment to athlete welfare, and she was very active throughout the last 2 days here at the symposium. Please put your hands together for Gloria Viceras, OLY.
Hello, everyone. So now we can all relax, right? I'm the last one. I hope you are, I guess you're starting to get hungry, but I will focus today on practice, right? On what we do, how we bring safeguarding and safe sport into practice at global level. So if I can have my presentation. Okay. So it's an honor for me to be here today. Thank you so much. I'm honored to represent the IOC in this first international symposium on safe sport in Malaysia. It is great to see the work that's being done here. I will return tomorrow to Lausanne with a great example of something that we always recommend when we go down to the countries to deliver speeches or education. And that is the collaboration between sports bodies, the sporting contacts, and public institutions, the government, and the expert organizations in the country. This is absolutely key in developing strategies that are cohesive and that are proactive in how to handle the safe sport in the country. So I'm really, really happy. It's very commendable. And I'm very happy to see that the framework is there for practitioners now to bring it down to the ground and practice, right? So I'm going to start by speaking a little bit about me. I don't like to speak about me very much, but I think it's important for context. I am a former gymnast. I am an Olympian. I am from Spain. I live in Switzerland now. And I was one of the only 9 women who competed for Spain at the Moscow Olympics in 1980 when I was only 15 years old. See, that's why I don't like to speak about myself. I am also a survivor of severe child sexual abuse by my coach. He was the national team coach. And from the ages of 12 to 15. And thank you, Dr. Go, because your presentation resonates with me. I wasn't developed as a person. I was merely a vehicle for somebody else's success. My coaches, my federation, my country. I cannot begin to tell you the pressure that a child of 12 years old feels when this happens, right? And I always say something that a friend of mine always says, an Olympic champion. He says that we can never justify a medal if it was won at the cost of harming somebody for life. This is very, very important, and that's why we're here today. So I also never leave a stage without honoring those who, like me, those athletes, who have shared their harrowing experience of abuse in sport. It is thanks to all of them, all of us, that we're here today. We started this topic by explaining that sport is all neon lights, flashlights, all success, wonderful, but there are negatives, just like in society. Sport is only a reflection of society. And as there are issues in society, there are also issues in sport. When I started working on this topic 15 years ago, I was the party pooper. I was the lady that comes to speak about sexual harassment and abuse. And, you know, they said, no, that doesn't happen to me. We experienced a great change when we started going to the organizations, and we heard about this yesterday. We went to the organizations, we went to the context of sports, saying, look, I'm here to help. I'm here to ensure that everybody can experience sport and benefit from sport the way it should be, right? So that that athletes can thrive during sport, not just survive the sporting experience. So that changing that approach helped a lot. And that's why we're here today. We are here to help so that you can bring your marvelous framework that you have in place in Malaysia down to the ground and ensure that everybody is safe. So I want to start by introducing the team at the IOC, the Safe Sport team. Yeah, so can you hear me now? Yeah. Okay. So it is led by Kirsty Burrows. She's the head of the unit. She sends her apologies. She cannot be here today with all of us, but she sent me, so I hope I do her proud. I lead on the topic of safeguarding in the unit. My colleague Scott leads on the topic of mental health. Katja helps us with everything. She's amazing. And then we have Tina Vertomen. She is one of the leader researchers on this topic in the world, and she is the one that helps us stay very close to the science and the evidence. We base all our programs on the results of research and on the evidence on the ground. Kari helps us with keeping a high standard of quality in everything that we do. And Theo is our intern, and he's a 3-time Paralympic athlete in downhill skiing, and he's amazing as well. So we're there for you. Please reach out if you have questions or if you need anything. We're here there to support you. So, Safe Sport. Safe Sport is a global issue that requires local solutions. Safe Sport needs to be delivered on the ground, in the countries, in the gyms, in the swimming pools. We at the IOC can provide guidance, and it's a challenge for us because the guidance needs to be applicable to the whole world, regardless of social, cultural, or legal frameworks. And then it needs to be customized. It needs to be contextualized to each of the individual countries. It needs to be delivered locally. The IOC has been working on Safe Sport for the last 20 years. You have here a little bit of what we've been doing. We have now 3 consensus statements. We developed the Game Stand framework. That is our policy for competitions. We developed the athlete toolkit, educational resources. We are now in the process of, and I will explain a little bit more in detail later on, the regional hubs, which is to address the response to the issues, to the concerns, because that's where we found that there is a lot of a big gap. We have been seeing a lot of progress in the prevention part, but the response to concerns is still something that needs to be developed in a better, more proper way. And then I will be also explaining what we did in Paris for a good practice example for you. So that's how we define safe sport at the IOC. It's about fostering physically and psychological safe and supportive athletic environments where participants can thrive and experience the full benefits of sport participation. This is our definition, and this is in the consensus statement that we just published. We have safeguarding and mental health under our remit. And here's a little bit on prevalence. This is prevalence of harassment and abuse in elite sports. And you see the numbers. And you may think, okay, sexual violence is only 13%. But if you think about the total number of athletes, of children practicing sport, the numbers are very scary. And when you go to neglect and physical violence, this is very, very scary, and this is something that we all together need to address and take care of. We see that sexual violence is more prevalent in women and girls. Physical violence is more prevalent in boys and young men. We know that the higher the competition level, or 16 hours or more of training per week are associated with higher exposure to harassment and abuse. These athletes are made more vulnerable to harassment and abuse. We know that the majority of the athletes do not report. Some athletes never in their lives report. It took me 30 years to report. And we also know that only a very small fraction of those who report do it in the context of sport. Usually they report rather to a friend or a family member. So this is something that we need to work on. We need to build trust so that people affected by harassment and abuse in sport come to us to report so that we can do something about it. And this is not only about the sexual abuse, it's about everything, all forms of violence, all forms of interpersonal violence that the professor was speaking about this morning, right? All the screaming, all the yelling, all the humiliation, the body shaming, all of these things need to be addressed in order to prevent the more severe forms of abuse. When you don't tolerate the less, what we call low-level concerns, then you are actually contributing to preventing the more serious forms of abuse. So we have our normative framework at the IOC. We have the Olympic Charter, the Code of Ethics, the Universal Principles of Good Governance, the Athletes' Rights and Responsibilities, and then also the Safeguarding Framework for Games Time, which I will explain later on. I was very, very happy yesterday to see that in Malaysia you have your Safe Sport Code now. You have, what was that? The Sport Development Act that has been updated to include safe sport. You have very robust reporting and case management systems. I was very, very impressed with the presentation from Melissa yesterday and how you handle the cases. It's amazing. And you also have 9 laws that will support your work on the ground. All of this is going to help you do your work. It's time to bring it down to the ground and actually into practice. So the IOC works in 4 spheres of responsibility. The IOC as a sports organization, the IOC as owner of the Olympic Games, the IOC as leader of the Olympic movement, and also in the area of sport for development, which is grassroots, right? That's Olympism 365. We have the Safe Sport Action Plan and the Mental Health Action Plan. I'm going to focus more on the Safe Sport Action Plan today. In the Safe Sport Action Plan, which by the way ends up with this Olympic cycle, we have a new one coming up for the next Olympic cycle. We have 2 strategic intents. One has to do with the Olympic Games themselves, and one has to do with the Olympic movement, right? I will speak about the main activities and programs that we have related to the 2 strategic intents today. I hope you like my presentation. So for the Olympic Games, I'm going to explain the strategy that we implemented in Paris because we had a new approach. And the new approach had to do with focusing on the person's well-being. Instead of telling people, come to us to talk about your harassment and abuse that you're suffering, we centered the approach on well-being, welfare. Are you okay? So the first thing we did last year was to update our Games Time Safeguarding Framework, which is our policy for Olympic Games and Youth Olympic Games, Olympic Qualifier Series, and eSport Games. This is something that, like Professor Dikaya was saying this morning, we're working on the esports as well. We have a lot of learning to do. It's a new area, but we are working really hard on also developing the strategies for the esports. So the aim of the framework is to help athletes and other participants from harassment and abuse during the Olympic Games time period. We only have direct jurisdiction in sport during the Olympic Games. during non-Olympic Games time, we have to work with the organizations who do have the jurisdiction. So international federations, national Olympic committees, national federations, governments, that's how we manage because we have no jurisdiction on the ground. The framework includes definitions, clear definitions, expected standards of behavior, where the educational resources, reporting, how to report. There are special guidance on when the issues involve children, because they have special rights to protection. So all of this is in the Games Time Safeguarding Framework. And then we also have a definition of the roles and responsibilities, safeguarding roles and responsibilities during the Olympic Games. We have the IOC safeguarding officers, we have the NOC welfare officers, and we also have IF welfare officers and chaperones. We have recently including all of these accreditations so that the team delegations can travel with their own welfare officers, and the children, those under the age of 16, can travel with a chaperone. That can be a parent or a friend, somebody who's going to support these children in a context that is really more aimed for adult athletes, right? This is a senior competition, but they can travel to the games with a chaperone that will help them with their special needs. So one of the things that we implemented was the welfare officer accreditation. We had it in the past, but this time we really made an effort to have the NOCs come with a welfare officer accompanying the delegation. These welfare officers could be either mental health practitioners or internationally certified safeguarding officers. And we had 152 from the NOCs, from 72 NOCs. We're aiming at having all NOCs travel with a safeguarding officer because it was absolutely key in delivering safeguarding at the Games with all of the cases that we managed. We also had a collaborative program that included education for these welfare officers with 6 educational sessions delivered by experts, right? We had one on policy development, we had one on mental health for elite athletes, we had one on research, how to bring research into practice, we had one on engaging with athletes and with athletes with lived experiences. And we also had 41 welfare officers or focal points from the international federations and the chaperones, like I was saying earlier. This made the work a lot easier. We were able to work as a team. So when a concern arises within a delegation, we were able to work with all of these stakeholders to provide the best recourse and remedy for those seeking help. So the strategy centered on a very simple but very, very powerful question. Are you okay? Right? Well-being. Are you okay? Do you need help? We made these stickers and placed them in all of the restrooms in the Olympic Village, in the private spaces. Athletes sometimes are reluctant to show that they need help or to ask for help. So with those QR codes, they could access the information of where they could find us and how they could ask for help if they needed it in a very private space where nobody would be watching them. So are you okay? Well-being, wellness. We also had the Mind Zone and the Safe Spot Zone. This was a space where the athletes could come to disconnect, to relax, to prepare for the competition, and away from the fuss and buzz of the Olympic Village, of the Olympic context. And they came. We offered some activities, but a lot of them just came every day to do their own mindful activities, to relax, to disconnect, and we had conversations with them. And I will speak a little bit more about this. Can we do the video, please? Our lovely colleagues in the technical, can you click on the video, please? Sorry. So this is what the Mind Zone looked like. It's a very comfortable space. That's me doing a mind meditation guide. That's my colleague Scott. We had some bespoke meditation programs on the VR goggles. They could come and just hang out. This is the area where they could do their own meditation activities or stretching or yoga. And a lot of them came every day to do their own activities there. A lot of times they came just because outside it was really, really hot and this was very comfortable, air conditioned, and they just hang out there with friends. Paint by numbers activities, they really love that. That is an area where you could have private conversations with the athletes and confidential conversations. And here is our leader, Kirsty, writing a gratitude postcard that we also offered as an activity. And we sent, I will show you later, we sent more than 4,000 postcards back home from the athletes saying thank you to their families and friends. So, like I said, we communicated the space via these stickers. We also communicated via the applications that the athletes receive, through the welfare officers, through the delegations. And the space was staffed by the IOC. We are trained on safeguarding and mental health first aid, so that we were able to make an initial assessment of the needs of the person seeking help, and we could refer them to the professionals, clinical, psychological support, or whatever their needs were. We had that space where they could have private and confidential conversations without the pressure of having to report anything. They just came sometimes to say, look, I'm not feeling well. I need help. I need psychological support. I am very stressed. I am a little bit, I didn't perform well. I'm depressed. So we were able to actually have conversations with them and provide them with the support that they needed. One of the great things about this strategy was that it was completely embedded within our safe sport procedure. So if somebody came to ask for help, or if, and I will explain the cyber abuse protection system in a minute, we were able to provide the support and kick off all of the protocols and processes that were in place to support them. And we also had amazing volunteers in the space that happened to be doctors, psychologists, or practitioners on the ground, holistic mindfulness practitioners on the ground. So that was a great support from the volunteers. So the activities, we had 2,391 virtual reality sessions. We had 2 programs. One was a bespoke program to empower the athlete and get prepared for the competition. And the other one was more a relaxing program where they could, with the goggles, we could just relax and do breathing exercises and mindfulness. They really liked this, and we had a lot of activity there every day. Like I said, we sent more than 4,000 gratitude postcards back home. They came and wrote postcards to their mothers or their family members or their friends saying thank you for helping them be there. This was a very, very popular activity, and they came every day. We sent a bunch every day to back home, to everywhere in the country. They're paint by numbers. That's our president, Mr. Thomas Bach, and he was also very active in the activities offered there. And those are us just doing some stretching in the space. But yeah, that was a very popular space in the village. So in Paris, we implemented for the first time, and we heard about the cyber abuse yesterday. We implemented the Cyber Abuse Protection Service. Cyber abuse is abuse, right? We go farther than just cyberbullying. Cyber abuse is abuse, and it has a very strong impact physically in the real world on the person suffering cyber abuse. So we implemented a system that is powered by artificial intelligence that monitors social media accounts of the athletes and the officials, and they monitor more than 2.4 million messages directed at participants in the Olympic Games. 152,000 posts were flagged by the system as potentially abusive. After the system flags these messages, and they do not only, because you can teach AI to do what you want them to do, right? So they monitor text, they monitor GIFs, they monitor images. So when you have an image like, for example, yesterday you can tell the system to flag any message that has a clamp, for example, or a bat. We learned about this yesterday, right? So 152,000 posts were flagged as potentially abusive. And of those, 10,200 were confirmed by a human triage of abusive, as abusive. This was embedded also within our safeguarding procedures, so we were able to immediately provide help and support to those affected by cyber abuse. So for example, if we detected there were death threats, there were very abusive but very physically threatening messages, we worked with the platforms, first of all, to take those messages down. We worked with the authorities also. We packaged some of that information as evidence, and we worked for the authorities to continue a criminal investigation for those messages that were criminal in nature. We had, for example, a person that had to be locked in a room because until we were sure that the threat was not coming from Paris. When we confirmed with the authorities that the threat was actually coming from America, from the Americans, we were able to tell her that she was safe to get out of the room because she was being threatened to death. So this is the type of very challenging abuse that we had to manage in Paris. So we monitored all of this in 35 languages. So 35 languages were monitored for abusive messages. 10,000 athletes and officials were covered by this system. And 20,000 accounts were covered and 10,000 athletes and officials were covered. So this was a very, very important system that we implemented that actually helped us with the cyber abuse. We were able to then provide psychosocial support to the persons affected. We refer them to the clinical psychologists, and we were able to provide safeguarding and mental health support for those affected by the cyber abuse. This is very innovative, and we were very, very happy to see this system working so well. And we will be for sure having it in further Olympic events. So this is what I was telling you about. We have an emergency mental health plan for mental health concerns. We were able to refer the persons requesting help to clinical support. And very, very important, we had a lot of people requesting those services. And the idea was to demedicalize and destigmatize the issues, right? So demedicalize. People consider this to be, oh, they're just gonna tell me I'm sick or I'm not gonna be able to compete. So it was very relaxed. They could come and talk to us, and they did. So we're very happy about that. We also implemented the Mentally Fit helpline, which was available 24/7 in 70 languages for all Olympians and Paralympians. And it's also available not only during the Olympic Games, but during the 4 years after the Olympic Games, so the whole Olympic cycle. And this is especially important for those small teams who did not travel with a psychologist, for example, or were stigmatized and did want to have very confidential, private, independent conversations about their mental health. So this is still available for all the Olympians and Paralympians until the next Olympic Games in Los Angeles. So that was the Olympic Games. That was the practice that we put together for the Games. Regarding the Olympic movement, so we constantly support international federations and national Olympic committees in the development and implementation of their policies and procedures. We have two resources that are really good for that, the IOC Safeguarding Toolkit and the Mental Health Elite Athletes Toolkit. These can be used for sports organizations to develop their policies and their procedures, but we also support with conferences, with workshops. I'm just coming from Bangkok, where we delivered a workshop also on policy development with 43 of the 45 NOCs in Asia. So very, very productive work there. Dr. Dikaya, she spoke about the new consensus statement that was just published not even a month ago, I think. It is the third consensus. It was developed and written by 15 international experts, including athletes. It's been a 2-year project. They've been working on this for the last 2 years, and it is a result of the review of 24,000 scientific papers across the world. So very, very comprehensive in 9 languages, and providing 43 actionable solutions. It's not just talking about the problem, it's actually proposing solutions to the problem. So I recommend that you read this article. It's lengthy, but very, very insightful. It has a new set of definitions. Definitions are very complicated, very challenging, because what one thing means in one country doesn't mean in another. But this is a consensus of what's there in what the literature says, what the evidence says. So very, very comprehensive and very important document for all of us. We also have the IOC Safeguarding Officer in Sport certification. In Malaysia, we have already 3 people certified, and 3 people are now involved in the current cohort. So by the end of this year, by the end of this course, in May, you will have 6 persons in Malaysia trained by the IOC as safeguarding officers. This is really important, quite unusual. Not a lot of countries have 6 persons trained. So this is really, really good and very positive. We now have 343 graduates from 99 countries. So very good. We are trying to spread. There are still a lot of areas in the world that are not covered, but we're working really hard on having people trained everywhere in the world to work on this topic. We also just launched the Safeguarding Officer Search Tool. This is our graduates are in this tool, and you can search by country, by language, by the services provided. So this is also a very important tool. So if you have a case that has people involved from different countries, you're able to contact somebody in the other country that is trained to help you manage the case. This is quite often for us very, very important, because a lot of times we have cases where that involving international stakeholders, international people, and it's difficult to coordinate. So this is a very important tool. Also, athletes can use this tool if they need help in a specific country. They can find a trained person that can support them. Very important. We have a lot of education and capacity building programs and resources that you can find in the IOC Safe Sport and Mentally Fit websites. There are courses, fact sheets, the Mental Health Action Plan. You can find a lot of resources there that you can use in your practice. And then finally, I want to speak about the Safe Sport Regional Hub Initiative. This is a project that Kirsty is leading. It's about, well, last year, the IOC established a fund of $10 million per Olympiad, so every 4 years, to establish at regional level hubs for people to actually have a place where they can ask for help so that the resources actually go there where they are needed. The money goes actually to the ground, to the persons needing help. It is very athlete-centered, very centered on the experiences of those suffering the abuse. And it is meant to provide recourse and remedy and support, provide access to support in the local language, in the local context for those suffering abuse. There are 2 pilot hubs that are being implemented as we speak. One in the Pacific Islands, one in Southern Africa. And the reason why we chose these 2 as pilots is because there are already regional organizations working on this topic there, and we want to use the synergies to actually prove the concept. Once the concept is proved, we will be setting up the hubs in the rest of the world. Also the groundwork is being also done in Europe with a big organization who's doing that. Very, very important for us to highlight that safeguarding and safe sport can only be delivered in collaboration with sports organizations and the public sector, the governments, the institutions, the expert organizations, like I was saying at the beginning. So this is a way for us to do that, and we will channel the resources there where they are needed in the local contexts. We're developing for this, as part of this project, a number of additional tools that you will be at your disposal. You will have at your disposal. Oops, sorry, this is going by itself. The International Safe Sport Framework is a set of principles and standards that will be that you will be able to apply at world level, regardless of the social, cultural, and legal context. We will also develop guidance on how to contextualize those principles and standards so that you can use them at local level. Some guidelines for trauma-informed investigations, and this is how to make investigations considering the impact that trauma has on the victims. Right? So shifting the conversations from what is wrong with you to what happened to you, right? And considering the impact that trauma has on the victims. Oops, sorry, this is going by itself. So we also have the international classification tool that will help you classify the levels of concern so that you can provide the discipline that is according to the level of concern, according to the breach of the codes. Then we will have next year Youth and Safe Sport Forum in June in Lausanne, where we will be bringing together practitioners from around the world. We're also developing a document with policy indicators and education and risk assessment tool, and of course the safeguarding officer search tool that is already available and for you to use. So yesterday I was thinking, what can I recommend? Malaysia. Malaysia is doing a great job. Like I said, you have a very, very good framework to work within. It is now time to bring it down to the ground, develop each sport organization in the country, their policies, apply the Safe Sport Code, and work together so that you can have a cohesive approach. So my recommendations go around that. Continue the great collaboration. Ensure a cohesive approach to address the topic. Ensure collaboration among stakeholders. Do not reinvent the wheel. You have really good, solid ground. You have a solid framework to work within. Get educated, right? Continue to develop your policies and your procedures within your sport organization, and continue with the education. Education, you can never have enough education in place. Develop your educational programs for coaches, for athletes, for all the also for the safeguarding focal points. That's really, really important. But I think you're in a really good place, and I'm very happy to go back and report on the great work that Malaysia is doing on Safe Sport. And finally, always remember that policies in themselves do not protect people. People do. So work with each other. Make sure that you help each other. It's the people in the organizations, it's the people putting the policies into practice, the Safe Sport allies. We need all of you as allies of this topic to be able to ensure that nobody has an experience like the one I had in sport when I was a little girl. Thank you so much. Terima kasih.
Thank you so much, Ms. Gloria. And now we're going to open it up to the floor if there are any questions at all for Ms. Gloria regarding the topic. I'm looking at Melissa. Does she have any questions?
I'm very happy to answer questions.
Now's the perfect time for anyone. Please don't be shy. Yes, I see someone going to the mic.
Testing one, two. Hi, Miss Gloria. Good afternoon. Can I know when's the next application for the CISPOT? Yeah, thank you.
Sure. The current cohort is happening right now, and it'll finish in May. I think May, June, the applications start, and you can apply for the next cohort that starts in September next year. It's a seven module, 7-month program with 3 assignments and an exam at the end. It's quite challenging and very intense. So, but it will provide you the full certification to practice as a safeguarding officer. It's online, but we do have workshops. Every module has a workshop with experts. Yeah, and then the award ceremony is physical, in person.
Thank you so much for the question. I'm happy to see that we have got 2 questions ready. Please, all yours.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Gloria, for the very insightful presentations. My name is Sharifah Fatina from National Sport Institute. It's very interesting to see the statistics you showed earlier, that the numbers like neglect is the top, and then seconded by the psychological abuse. And interestingly, we have conducted a survey during a Malaysian Games last August, and it got almost the same result. It's actually the exact, results. So it's just perceived by the athletes what they experience. So neglect is the top, the number 1, seconded by psychological abuse. So I think that is very critical to look into that aspect. And my question is that I've also seen the Paris action to counter or to help assist the athletes in terms of psychological assistance. We've seen that athletes like Iman Khalif. So she had that cyberbully. She experienced that. And can you share what kind of support systems that support psychological supports that happened during that game? Maybe you can share that. And the second question is that regarding research that maybe our National Sport Institute is looking at that aspect. What kind of research that should be done that is critical for Malaysians? Like we do have some prevalence studies with survey, and what kind of other research that we should conduct in future.
Okay, thank you. No, yeah, we had that psychological support for all of the athletes seeking help, athletes that were cyber abused. Concretely, we provided them with clinical psychological support. We did mindful meditation activities with them. Whatever they asked, whatever they needed, we provided for them in Paris. That was very, very well received. We had very young athletes who asked us to work with the platforms, with TikTok and Instagram, to take down abusive posts, especially because a lot of them were monetizing were monetizing, people abusing athletes at the Olympic Games. When you post a video in TikTok and it's viewed and it goes viral, those posting those videos get money for it, right? And they were getting money for abusing a child athlete. This was an athlete that was 16 years old. So it was very, very important for us because the platforms sometimes are very reluctant to harm the freedom of speech of people. A lot of times they say this is freedom of speech, but it's very harmful for a 16-year-old. So it was very important for us to actually get the platforms to delete some of that content, even if it was considered freedom of speech, right? So we did provide a number of services for them. Yeah. So, and the second question is about research. I think all the research that you can do in your context is good, but I always recommend if you have little money to spend it on practice, because you can use all of the research that is already there at international level and use it in your context. There is a lot of research now. There is, like I said, the consensus statement has reviewed 24,000 articles and literature, pieces of literature, scientific literature. So if you only have a small pocket of money, rather use it on practice, on providing services, on helping the athletes or whoever, the victims, to get support. Did I answer? Yes? Thank you.
Thank you for that question. One more.
Hi, Gloria. I'm from Sport Ministry. So I just want to ask from your experience, because in Malaysia the sport ecosystem still heavily funded by government. So how do we give incentive from international experience, the NSAs especially, sporting association, so they can get on board to implement the safe code and policies and everything. Other than we talk about funding and everything, do you have any other mechanism that we can use, that if some NSA reluctant to do this and that, then we can offer them something in return, or IOC also can do something in return that we can learn from that?
Okay, thank you for the question. Safe sport is really not an option anymore, right? We have to find a way to develop athletes, to develop persons without abusing them. It's really not an option. So you can encourage people to get involved in this topic. I think you have the structure in place in Malaysia to do it. You have a safe sport code. And you don't have, it's not an option anymore. You have to implement methodologies that are athlete friendly, that are not abusive. And not just because this has been done like this. This is one of the first things you get when you start speaking about this. But we've always done it like this and we've won medals. It doesn't matter. It's not an option. It's not an option. You have to implement methodologies that are not abusive, that do not harm the athlete. And like Dr. Goss said earlier, I will never know what I could have achieved in sport if I didn't have that pressure, if I didn't have the abuse, if I didn't have the fear. I was terrified. I can still feel the fear in my stomach when I think about that moment when I knew that my coach was going to walk in the door in the gym. So if I didn't have that, what could I have achieved as an athlete? So, and this is something that I still have it today. It's not, it's part of me now, right? So and you cannot justify it. So it's not an option anymore. And we are here to help. And here you have a lot of experts that will help you as practitioners, you as people in sport, to develop and deliver practices that are friendly, that are kind, and that will develop your athletes better also as athletes, also in the performance, right? And like Dr. Go was explaining the the case with the All Blacks. The results will come. It might take a little longer, but it's not an option anymore. You have to do it. There's a question here.
Yes, we can still take a question.
I know you're all hungry, but I came all this way, so you can ask all the questions you want.
Hi, Gloria.
Hi.
Thank you for your presentation. It was actually very, very insightful. I'm a former athlete myself, also Olympian.
Oh, wow.
I'm now part of a national federation. So I have the balancing act of being able to see from the athlete's point of view and then also from the federation's point of view. There was recently, I'm not sure whether it's a case, but there's a situation recently in badminton, right, where you have one of the athletes had to pull out because of injury, and then he was imposed a fine by BWF because, I think the obligation is the athletes when they compete on the tour, there are certain tournaments that they have to participate in. So how do you balance, like from an international federation or a national federation, how can we balance these obligations on behalf of the federation, but also take into consideration the athlete's welfare?
Thank you for the question, very important. If you ask me, the athlete welfare has priority, always. There are persons behind this athlete. They're not just vehicles to make medals for a federation. So the priority is the athlete welfare, and you will see that in the long term, this is gonna reflect on results as well, if you prioritize the athlete well-being. Of course, there are rules, but rules can be changed, right? When you harm somebody, it's gonna be harm. You cannot go back. The harm has already been done. So for us, there has to be a priority, and the priority is the athlete well-being, the person, not only athletes, also coaches, also, and in the end, when we prioritize well-being, we are also protecting sport, the sporting context. Every time that a case of abuse comes out in the media, it harms also the context of sport. Tell the parents of little gymnasts in the US if they want their kids to go to do gymnastics. I mean, parents don't want their children to be involved in sport if they see that they're not protected. So you will not have your base of athletes growing to the elite level. You're harming sport. You're harming the whole context. So for me, the priority should be the athlete's well-being. And if you have to change the rules to do that, to prioritize the well-being of the athlete, then you have to change the rules. I don't know if I answered your question, but for me, it's very, very clear. It will be positive in the long run, in the long term.
Thank you so much for that. It seems we have one more question.
I'm sorry, I don't see anything with these slides on my face.
Thanks, Gloria, for your presentation. Very good. I'm a very long in the sport, more than 40 years. I'm in 4 Olympics, directly involved, and my son in 4 Olympics. My daughters are on the Asian Games, SEA Games, winning the gold, winning a medals, everything. My whole family involved, and I was directly involved with the athlete. And like sexual harassment, I done many cases directly. I take action, I punish them, I remove them from the team. But it's not really accepted by the top people who are related in the sports. You know, because when you're removing somebody who can win the medal, they're not happy. But they want to keep them, but it's not fair to keep them. because it's not safe for other people. You know, by action, even same like the environment in the sports during trainings, like the coaches are smoking in front of the athlete during the coaching, and also with a small kid, young kid, this exactly is not safe for the kid, especially we are in the sailing sport where we are in the boats, where we have a petrol on the boats, it can explode, then it's not safe when you are 10 kid, young kid, 10 years old, 9 years old on the boat where the coaches are smoking, where we have to create a very clear, safe environment for everyone who involved in the sports. And for that, we can't take any action because there are some people on top is protecting these coaches, all the things. We have to remove this kind of people from the sports. Same also when bully or they are done something, like in many cases where I'm facing, I go harder. I go harder on them. I just remove them from the team, what I do, but people not happy when you do that,
So
And even before I come to this symposium, I was told they cannot coach anymore. They cannot do anything. They cannot say anything to the athlete. They cannot scold her. They cannot do anything. The coaches say, oh, now I cannot do anything because say sport not allowed me. I was thinking, what's going on? This kind of things is, we have to correct that back.
Okay, so sports leadership, they also need education, right? The leadership in the sports organizations, they also need to be educated and build capacity among them so they get on board and so they become also allies of safe sport. This is when policies, codes of conduct become very, very important. If you have a very clear code of conduct where it says smoking is not allowed in front of the athletes while training, if it says drinking is not allowed in front of the athletes while you're competing, while you're in a camp, while you're training, if somebody breaks the rules, you have grounds to discipline these people, including removing them. So that's when we need to have the robust policy and procedures in place and codes. And this will help you in your practice. It is not true, and this was also addressed by Dr. Go earlier today. It is not true that the coaches, that's just an excuse. I always say the example, if I'm doing my beam routine and I keep falling down and I'm called fat, an idiot, useless, this is not going to help me stay on the beam. Tell me what I need to do technically. Tell me, bring your arms up, or you're pushing too hard with your legs. Tell me something that helps me stay on the beam. Don't insult me. That doesn't help, right? Coaches know, and adults, I mean, we're all adults. We know when we are when we are not behaving properly, right? So this is common sense. And they use this as an example. Oh, I cannot do anything. It's not true. You have the technical expertise. You can do your technical guidance. You can give feedback. You can discipline if the athletes don't stick to the rules. Like Dr. Go was saying earlier, nobody's saying that you cannot scold an athlete for being late, 2 hours late. What you cannot do is insult them because they fall off the beam. Right? It's a very easy, I mean, to me, the limits are just really, really easy. So common sense, right? It is harmful for coaches to be smoking in front of the athletes. It is harmful for people to be drunk and be around children and coaching. These are practices that are also quite common. So we need to have the rules in place so that is not the case, and that you can also action. You can also discipline those breaking the rules. Okay?
Thank you for that. We got one more. We can actually extend for other questions if there are any. As Ms. Gloria said, she's flown all the way here So please utilize her completely.
Yeah, thanks, Miss Gloria, for the great sharing just now. I'm Daphne. I'm a former athlete and also a development coach. Yeah, so I think growing up as an athlete, resilience is the most important thing. And I think we have never heard of mental well-being back then and until the recent years. So my questions is, it is really good to see that you have a safe area for athletes to practice mental well-being practice during the Paris Olympics. But just wondering and curious that is this open to all countries that are very open to do it, or cause it's also like in a perception of like you are mentally not as strong, and you know it shows the other side of an athlete if you practice it. Although I know now it is a must, like it is we shouldn't have that bias of they are not mentally well prepared. Yeah, so is it like for European countries, American, or also Asian countries that are widely practicing it? Thanks.
Yes, we recommend that these spaces are in place, not only for competitions, but when you have, if you have a training camp, you don't need a whole lot of resources. All you need is a quiet space where you can have a couple mats and people can go there to relax and disconnect. You don't need a lot of resources. We recommend these kinds of spaces, and also you can approach it for the Mind Zone. For us, we had a sponsor helping us financially with that, and that's Powerade. Powerade has a campaign that aligns with that with our approach. Stop is power, or athletes taking a break to get more powerful, right? So they helped us in the design of the space. They helped us in the design of the activities that we offer the athletes in Paris. And we recommend organizations, international federations, when they deliver a World Cup, for example, to have these spaces for the athletes to be able to do their mindfulness and to be mentally prepared for the competition. It's very important. We do recommend it, yeah. And also at national level, all you need is a little space with a couple mats on the floor and dimmed lights for them to come with their own headphones and just lie on the floor and do their meditation, do their stretching, do their yoga. It's quite helpful for the athletes. And we had a really good feedback from them in Paris. So we're recommending that, yes.
Thank you, Daphne. Any more questions that's still open to the floor? Okay. Then
I'm
I
also
wanna say-
available at lunch if you want to ask more questions.
I want to say a big thank you
Thank
again
you
to
very
Miss
much.
Gloria. And now I would like to request that you remain on stage because we do have a memento for you. We would like to invite Madam Nurul Huda to present the token to our speaker. Thank you so much to our ladies, Miss Gloria and also Madame Nurul Huda. We got one more prize, one more gift. And remember, as for anyone who is looking for the slides, the presentations, there is a Google Drive link. Once again, you can scan that QR code at registration. In fact, if we are able to get that scan here, then everyone will be able to get access to that registration, get access to the Google Drive link. I'm sorry, Madame Nurul Huda, Miss Madame Nurul Huda, we need you back on stage again because we got one more memento that we did not get to give earlier on. Can we please have Dr. Goh Chi Leong on stage? We can't not have all our speakers getting a memento because they gave all their efforts and their time to present something to give us very insightful information. Okay, official photographer has the photo. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Go, and also Madam Nurul Huda. Thank you. And now, everyone, just to let you know, we are going to put up a QR code on the screen. So, can we have that QR code? Not for the post one, but it's actually the consent form. So, this was meant to be earlier, but we didn't get it as we had a lot of sessions to go through. So, could I ask everyone quickly scan this? Quickly send this. And then after that, we've got one more post questionnaire. So give about 5 minutes for everyone to do this. Once we are done with this QR code to our AV team, we can switch over to the post questionnaire QR code. Okay, so for those who already did the consent form, I hope everyone has done so. We would like to get everyone's consent for all 130 participants. Now, the next one is the post-program questionnaire. Please do scan it. And for those who didn't get to do it earlier on, this is how you get your goodie bag and the certificate as well with your name on it that you've been a part of this Safe Sports Symposium. And this is also how you need to show proof that you have done this questionnaire to get a very special Safe Sport bag. It's not just a goodie bag, it's honestly a beautiful bag. Did anyone get it from here? Did you get your bag already? Okay, can you show what the bag is? For those wondering, the bag, raise it up. Yep, there are 4 different designs. Oh, okay, great. I love how the men are also putting it up. Very proud. 4 different designs, and I'm definitely going to be using it as a new handbag promoting safe sport. I'll give this another 5 minutes for anyone who has not completed the post-program questionnaire. But after this, we are going to wrap up, and we would like everyone to take a big group photo together. So when I give the cue, everyone, you can come forward if possible, and we're going to ask photographers to be on the stage. They'll take a shot down at all of us. Everyone, I think you should be finished with the post-program questionnaire. Could I now request for everyone, come forward. We are going to get our photographers up on stage. We'll take a big group photo together. This is to commemorate and to seal that this International Safe Sports Symposium has happened for today. So everyone, it's going to be a casual one. Don't lie over there. Come forward. Come forward. Again, I'm going to say that everyone here is involved with sports, which means your body should be moving. Come closer. Let's make it nice and cozy. Come, don't be shy. Don't be shy. So for this one, we'll take photo first, then we'll do video. Video, we will say 2 slogans, yeah? The first one is going to be Kita Semua Team Mas. And then the second one, it'll be Say Sport Malaysia. So I'll go Say Sport Malaysia. Okay? All right. For those who cannot be seen, I don't know if permitted or not, but you can stand on the chair. I don't know if permitted or not. Rephrase. When I say 3, 2, 1, everyone will say Say Sport after this, okay? All right. Photographers, can we see everyone? Yeah, I also want to see. Boleh nampak tak? Can. I think the row just behind the front can go a little bit lower. Just a little bit. Will you go into a squat? Go into a sumo squat. Okay, sumo squat. More comfortable. Yes. The middle portion, come closer. Squeeze, guys. Come in. I don't know why there's a lubang right in the middle. Come in. Yes, fill it up. Oh, that's nice. It's beautiful. Okay. Photographer, does this look good? Okay. Everyone in, yeah? All right. Okay, let's do this. Okay, photo first. Yeah, okay. Photo first. Everybody look and big smile to the middle camera. Okay, let's do a freestyle. Everybody hands up in the air. I wish we could have a S symbol to say Stay Sport. Or if you got the new handbag, the goodie bag, wave it. Okay, photographer got it. Okay, let's do the video now. Video, first one we say, Kita Semua Team Mas. Okay? All right. 3, 2, okay. Would you like me if I say Kita Semua Team Mas? Okay. Shorter. So I say Kita Semua Team Mas. Okay? Ready? 3, 2, 1. Here, Kita Semua Team Mas. Woo! Video, lagi as in one more time. Oh, twice. You want me to do it twice? Oh, okay. So let's do it 3 times now, okay? Kita Semua Team Mas. Kita Semua Team Mas. Kita Semua Team Mas. Okay, ready? All right, 3, 2, 1. Kita Semua Team Mas. Kita Semua Team Mas. Kita Semua Team Mas. Yes! Okay, and one more, very short. Save Sport. Okay? Okay, sekali saja. Just Save Sport. You want Save Sport for all. Okay. All right. Save Sport for all. Okay? All right. Here, this is... Wait. Are we ready? Are you guys ready, yeah? Okay. This is the International Safe Sports Symposium 2024. We say, Save Sport! Save Sport! Save Sport! Yes! Please tell me you got it. Dapat. Okay, guys. Thank you all so much for today. All right, once again, I want to say a big thank you to everyone for joining us for the International Safe Sport Symposium 2024. I want to say a big thank you to all our VIPs, Madam Ramona, Madam Nuruhuda, Dr. Yatela, Dr. Subramaniam, and Mr. Abdul Rashid. Thank you all so much for joining us. To all the coaches and the athletes, thank you once again. And remember, we are all doing this because we want to make safe sport something which is available for every single person. And once again, for everyone, if you have parked in here, remember there is a flat rate. All you need to do is just go to the reception, say that you are part of the symposium and your car. We are having lunch right now, so head over to Selangor 2. Validate at the reception. It will be a flat rate of 5 ringgit. And once again, for everyone here, we already set the hashtag, which is Kita Semua Timas. Tag it on all your socials, MSN Malaysia Official. And this entire symposium was live on Facebook and YouTube. Once again, it was a pleasure being with all of you. My name is Lenora. Pleasure and thank you. And biggest thank you to Dr. Shalin and her entire crew for the Malaysian Athlete Career and Education. Please give it up for that crew. If not, this symposium would not be possible. Thank you, everyone.
Hai, Assalamualaikum. Minta tim Miss untuk datang ke stage. Minta tim Miss untuk datang ke stage.
Rising up, back on the street. Did my time, took my chances. Went the distance, now I'm back on my feet. Just a man and his will to survive. So many times it happens too fast. You trade your passion for glory.
Minta semua tim Miss untuk datang ke stage.